Good afternoon and welcome to the 23rd meeting of the 24th City Council. This meeting is officially called to order. All our councilors are present today with the exception of Councilor Harris, who we know will be joining us a little bit late today. And before we get started, we'll begin with a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance in English and Spanish. As you're considering your moment of silence today, as we have for so many weeks now, we ask that you think of all the families who've lost loved ones to COVID and are struggling at the moment. I think at this point, we all know someone who's been impacted and affected, and we wish them all a speedy recovery. So join us in a moment of silence, and then we'll move to our pledge. Thank you all. Mr. Moya has shared a copy of the pledge, and with that, we'll begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And if you all will bear with me, I'll try to do this in Spanish this week as well. Juro fidelidad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos. With apologies to the native speakers, doing my best, but trying to learn. So thank you. A few housekeeping notes for us this afternoon, and then we'll get into our agenda. As was noted in the press release from our office and on Friday and was posted on our website and on our published agenda, this meeting, like all of our recent meetings, has special procedures given the governor's declaration of a public health emergency and restrictions on gatherings in person. Therefore, this meeting is being held via Zoom video conference, as you've noticed. Members of the public, our city staff, and the media have the ability to view this meeting and all of our meetings live through 3 different platforms. On GovTV on Comcast Channel 16, on the GovTV website at cabq.gov, and on YouTube. These live streams can be accessed from most smartphones, tablets, or computers. And for those watching at home, we welcome you and thank you for joining us. One quick note, occasionally we've seen one of those technology gets the best of us, and we've seen one of those options go offline for just a minute. So if you're looking for where you can find us, you can always see us. Our office is tweeting live if we lose any of those connections, and you can use the TV or the website to follow along as well. Our video recordings of this and all past meetings are also available for viewing at any time on our website. Our staff is available via phone if members of the public need assistance finding videos online. Just call 768-3100 Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, and our staff are happy to help. Finally, the City Council accepts live public comment, and we will do so today. We also accept written comments. Written comments that were received by 1 p.m. through the online web form were distributed to councilors earlier today. Councilors also have their individual web forms people can access. We are going to begin this evening with proclamations and presentations, and then we will go to general public comment. And so for those of you who are here for comment, we're going to ask you to hang on just a little bit. We have a couple of a proclamation and a fairly in-depth presentation, and then we'll get to public comment. So just hang out in our waiting room and we will get to you. We're going to begin this evening with Councilor Pena, who has a presentation, a proclamation recognizing our Senior Affairs Department. Councilor, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was shuffling through all the notes. As you know, we have a pretty extensive meeting this evening, so apologize. I think we have Dr. Wayne Mays and Jolene Mays, Director of Senior Affairs, Ana Sanchez here, and Angel Montoya of North Domingo Baca. I don't know if we want to bring them in before we start.
Yes, please. Mr. Moya says they're all in, but we'll ask them to turn their video on if they're here with us so we can see their pretty faces along with ours. I see the Director Sanchez. Thanks.
Hi, Director. So before I get started, I just kind of wanted to read something off. Obviously, I'm going to read the proclamation, but every 5 years, senior and multi-generational centers, 4 at a time, must be accredited. And since 2012, the Department of Senior Affairs has undergone 2 sessions of accreditation. More than 30 individuals have been engaged in this process. So I'm going to start to read the proclamation now. And I just kind of wanted to preface it with that because it's really a pretty big endeavor, and really want to thank everybody who was involved with making sure that we got this accreditation. So whereas seniors are an integral aspect of every community around the country, providing wisdom and lifelong experience that people of all ages and generations can benefit from. And whereas the DSA has involved, engaged, and empowered seniors throughout the city of Albuquerque, and whereas through a wide variety of programs in education, fitness, arts, recreation, travel, volunteer service, the DSA has enhanced the ability of seniors to remain independent so that they may remain an asset for all citizens. And whereas the DSA has facilitated these community programs and activities to cultivate dignity and self-esteem in seniors, tapping into their experience, knowledge, skills, and abilities to enable them to continue contributing to our community. And whereas the City of Albuquerque Department of Senior Affairs, DSA, has been recognized by the National Institute of Senior Affairs, NCOA, for its nationally accredited senior centers. And whereas the NCOA's National Institute of Senior Centers, NISC, is the accrediting body for 10,000 senior centers nationwide. And whereas the DSA has worked with a wide variety of community members and leaders, in addition to staff in other city departments, to achieve this designation. And whereas every 5 years, senior and multi-generational centers must be accredited. Since 2012, the Department of Senior Affairs has undergone 2 sessions of accreditation. Whereas more than 30 individuals engaged in the most recent accreditation process. Over the past few months, this group of individuals and entities collaborated to complete the virtual accreditation process during a pandemic, including the Meta Group, Dr. Wayne Mays and Jolene Mays, volunteer graduate student Andrew West, the senior and multi-generational centers managers, in particular, Angel Montoya, Taylor Dunn, Juliana Brooks, and Julio Santisteban, members of the Senior Affairs Advisory Council, community participants, and volunteers, and of course, our Director of the Department of Senior Affairs, Ana Sanchez. Be it proclaimed that the Council, the governing body of the City of Albuquerque, hereby congratulates the Department of Senior Affairs for becoming nationally accredited as awarded by the National Institute of Senior Centers in 2020, and calls upon all citizens to recognize the special contribution that this department has made in enhancing the well-being of seniors in our community. Congratulations, Director, and everyone who has participated in making this happen. So with that, Director, did you want to start off by saying a few words, and then we can go to some other folks?
Yes, thank you so much, Councilor Peña. Certainly the members of the council for this wonderful recognition. I see some wonderful faces on the line, including our division manager, Nikki Pion, Jolene and Wayne, I see you there. And I think our center manager, Angel Montoya, was having trouble getting in, so I may just make a few words on her behalf and for her colleagues. Just certainly,
yeah,
this was a huge.
Let me in.
Oh, there she is. Perfect. We definitely just wanted to be able to acknowledge the hard work of our staff, our volunteers, our community members, our folks that really helped us get this done. It did take almost 3 years. We had a couple things that happened in the meantime, the National Senior Games, and then of course this pandemic that we're all finding ourselves in. But really to be able to get this accreditation done, I mean, it is the nation's only accreditation program that actually accreditates a senior and multi-generational centers, and really holds us to a high standard of quality programs and senior center operations. So thank you so much for this recognition. Angel Montoya, our center manager, is on the line also, and I think she wanted to be able to thank her colleagues as well for this work.
Hello, everyone. I'm Angel. I wish you guys can see me because I had a really awesome 800-page notebook to show you guys. but they were having some technical difficulties getting me in. So I just wanted to start off by thanking Councilwoman Pena and the City Council for this wonderful proclamation, acknowledging the hard work and dedication of the DSA Center managers. As most of you know, this was almost a 3-year project. During this project, we had National Senior Games, but we also had a national pandemic. Even though we had that added responsibility of the games and a national pandemic, our team pulled together and acknowledged and worked so hard to accomplish not just the games, but the completion of accreditation. To show you what accreditation looks like, I wish I could show you the 800-page binder, but hopefully we can share it to you guys soon with a link. But to kind of give you guys the gravity of this undertaking, 11,000 senior centers in the nation, we are of the 114 that are accredited. So just think about that, 11,000 centers in the nation and only 114 are accredited. For me, I feel that is a great accomplishment for DSA and the City of Albuquerque. I would like to thank DSA administration for the continued support during accreditation, as well as the dedication and hard work of Tyler Dunn, Juliana Brooks, and Julio Santisteban, who were the center managers that were involved in this process. Also, I would like to thank you guys all again. I think this is a tremendous proclamation that we are getting, and I'm so excited to have it for our department. And I hope you all have a safe and wonderful holiday. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Angel, and I appreciate that. I don't know, Anna, if you have anyone else who wants to speak, but if not, I'll go to Dr. Mays. Are we good? Okay. So obviously, you know, it takes a village to do something like this. So in addition to all the volunteers and the city staff support, we've had the Meta Group participate in this as well. And we have with us here Dr. Wayne Mays and his wife, Jolene Mays, if you want to say a few words. You're on mute.
Are you able to hear me?
There, now we can hear you.
Just a couple of comments. Our work was primarily in the front loading, if you will, of the project, and we had to do primarily with the evaluation aspect. And that has to do with data, it has to do with questionnaires, it has to do with the design of the evaluation, that sort of thing. But what I want to say is beyond that. It gave us an opportunity to see upfront and personal those centers in operation. And that is a very impressive opportunity for seniors and for staff. And it also touches one behind the head and beyond the mechanics and beyond the questionnaires, it touches the heart. There are good things happening in those centers. Fortunately, through the questionnaires that were administered and analyses that were done, that surfaced and showed in a direction that's a bit more statistical and organized, and it has to do with data. It showed that those centers are to be honored. They are and have for years been among the better centers in the country. So I think that's sufficient comment from me. Thank you so much.
And this is Jolene Mays, and I just want to add too that it was certainly an honor, a professional honor, and a personal honor to work with that wonderful staff of DSA and the wonderful guests of the centers these past 3 years. And we're so proud of the City of Albuquerque Senior Affairs Centers. Thank you very much for this proclamation honor.
Well, again, Mr. President, people, all the folks that are here, just want to say, you know, thank you again. Obviously, seniors is a huge population in the city of Albuquerque, and I know we always can do better in terms of making sure that we plan and make sure that all the services needed are there for them. And with all your help, we're one step forward in getting there. So thank you again. I appreciate it. Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Pena. We appreciate it. Councilor Benton, I see you have a question.
No question, Mr. President, but there's no question that the Department of Senior Affairs does a great job. And I had the pleasure of spending an hour and a half distributing meals the day before Thanksgiving down at Barilla Senior Center. And I was like, I said, mande me, tell me what to do and I'll do it. And so I dropped a lot of bags into those front and back seats, sometimes wondering, should I be doing this? but nonetheless, I mean, I saw the employees. I was the only volunteer there that day, but I saw the employees of the DSA doing such a professional job and clearly known so well by the people who are driving up there to get their bag before Thanksgiving. God bless them. So yeah, thanks for the prop, Councilor Pena. This department is outstanding, and I doubt there are many comparable ones in our region for cities of our size that do such a great job. So thanks to everyone, and congratulations on the proclamation.
Thank you, Councilor. Well said. Councilor Sena, I know you've been out there too, and I see you want to weigh in. So, Councilor Sena.
Thank you for that, Mr. President, and thank you for Councilor Pena and Director Sanchez as well for this. Like Councilor Benton, I was out there before Thanksgiving, and we were passing out our 500,000 meals that day. And for Los Volcanes being the only senior center on the west side, seeing 300 to 500 seniors a day, let alone before Thanksgiving. And we were actually passing out meals for the next 3 days to our seniors, knowing that our senior centers were going to be closed for the holidays. So I can't thank them enough, and got to roll up my sleeves and serve some Thanksgiving dinners and make some trays too as well. And just really seeing the operations behind it and getting to talk to our cooks and how much love and passion they put into the food that we serve our seniors was really heartwarming to see, and really thanking all our staff, all of our volunteers, and those that attend our senior centers as well. I can't thank them enough. And thank you, Director Sanchez.
Director, you're getting lots of props. We'll let you close this out if you'd like to respond, and before we move to our next item.
Just thank you so much for this recognition. Certainly all that are here, it's just wonderful to hear this, and we will continue to stand up quality programs moving forward and just continue to serve our senior population. So thank you everyone for this opportunity.
Thank you. And Councilor Pena to close.
I just wanted to say, unfortunately, just like you had to fill out this application virtually and do parts of what you have to do virtually, Rachel will get you the proclamations probably within the next couple of weeks to all you and your staff and to the mazes. So again, thank you everyone for all your work on this.
Thank you all. Thank you, Director, Ms. Mays, and everyone else. We appreciate all of our seniors. And all the volunteer hours that go into running those centers as well. It's a real community effort to keep everyone engaged. So thank you all. And we will ask Mr. Moya to let those guests back to their day jobs. And in just a minute, we'll pick up our next item with our guest from Netflix and EDD. And so I'm asking Mr. Moya, our Zoom moderator, which is a cool title. Maybe we should get you a business card or something, to bring in and allow our guest in related to our economic development discussion. I know we have a number of special guests, and so if we call your name or you're here in our room for our presentation regarding the Netflix project, we'll ask you to go ahead and turn your video on so that we can see that you're here. I want to introduce some special guests, and then we'll turn this over to Director Jaramillo in the Economic Development Department. First, I want to recognize, I think we have Secretary Keys from the state's Department of Economic Development, along with Mr. Mark Roper from the state, and Amber Dodson from the state. Of course, we have Director Jaramillo and her staff, Omar Solis, Mr. David Campbell from Mesa del Sol, Chris Muirhead, our bond attorney, as well as from Netflix, Nick Maniatis and Rajiv Dalal. I think that covers everybody, but if I miss somebody we need, I know that Director Jaramillo will just work them in somewhere. So by all means, please do so. Director, I'm pretty excited. This has been a long time coming, a lot of work by a lot of people, and we want to give you the floor to present this LEDA project. For those following along at home, we're going to take this item a little out of order in our agenda tonight. This is item M, O2044. We're going to begin with the presentation from all of the parties tonight. Councilors can ask as many questions as they'd like, and then I intend to call up item M for approval so that our guests can know what the final action is and can get back to their day jobs as well, making movies in New Mexico. Director, it's all yours.
Thank you, Council President Davis. Good afternoon, and thank you, councilors, for your time today. Council President, I am equally as excited as you are and everybody on the Zoom meeting. As you mentioned, I am here to briefly review with you funding requests for a project that would make Albuquerque one of the largest high-tech and sustainable film production facilities in North America. Netflix's proposed expansion at Mesa del Sol, headquartered in California, Netflix already has a substantial local presence, having purchased Albuquerque Studios in 2018. And today, Netflix Studios seeks to add 170 acres to its footprint and increase its capacity for local TV and film production services with the collaborative support of both the state of New Mexico and the city of Albuquerque. Specifically, Netflix is requesting $500 million in city industrial revenue bonds that will be self-financed in 2 series. Additionally, $7 million in City Local Economic Development Act funds, in addition to the state's $17 million in state LEDA funds. Now, it is important to note that of the $7 million requested from the city, only $1 million of that is being sought in cash. The remainder in in-kind infrastructure development and cost support. Now, under this agreement, Netflix will receive an 80% property tax abatement on any existing buildings or improvements on their existing site, and an 80% abatement on any personal property, existing or new, for that site. They also will receive an exemption on any gross receipts or compensating taxes due for the purchase of new equipment purchased with bond proceeds and owned and operated by Netflix for that site. The new site and any improvements, the new site and any improvements made, owned, and operated by Netflix on those new parcels will receive a 90% real and personal property tax abatement and a gross receipts or compensating tax exemption on the purchase of new equipment purchased with bond proceeds owned and operated by Netflix. Now, the value of these investments to our residents, to our small businesses, and to our city as a premier location for industry could not be clearer. And the contributions that Netflix will make to our community could not be more substantive. Now, here's a quick top 10 overview. A capital expenditure of $500 million to be invested over the next 10 years. Construction will include the addition of a special effects warehouse, 10 sound stages, post-production facilities, office space, a backlot area, a training facility, and wardrobe suites. Now, such additions will bolster the development of a significant employment center and increase the property's value. The project will also see a total of $2 billion of indirect and direct production spend by the end of 2033. Now, it's important to note that this is $1 billion beyond Netflix's original 2018 commitment. Additionally, about 30% of production spending will go into goods and services, of which 70% or $210 million will be spent with Albuquerque's small businesses. Now, roughly 1,000 new full-time jobs are expected above the company's original agreement. Now, this is based on industry standards and full-time equivalency, a formula that was developed by the New Mexico Economic Development Department and the city's Economic Development Department. Additionally, an independent fiscal impact analysis shows that the LIDA and IRB transactions will result in more than $11 million in net positive revenues, and the city will recoup the value of its investment within 10 years. The project will become tax positive by the end of the year, according to that fiscal impact analysis that was prepared by the University of New Mexico's Bureau of Business and Economic Research. Now, Netflix will support diverse populations through very targeted workforce training programs conducted in partnership with our academic institutions, and additionally has promised to invest $500,000 toward workforce development programs over the next 10 years. In sum, Netflix project will support local businesses, workforce development, job creation, land use improvements, and enhanced property values, as well as business retention and recruitment. And counselors, before you have even formally approved this project, the project has solidified Albuquerque's reputation as a global film hub and as a premier city in which to do business. The proposed expansion has grabbed headlines on pretty much every wire service and in major business and entertainment media worldwide, including the LA Times, Variety Magazine, The Hollywood Reporter, and other respected hardline business news magazines like The Economist. Now, our city could never afford the marketing exposure and reach that we will get free of charge for years to come as a result of this project. And it is for these reasons that we strongly recommend approval of Netflix, IRB, and LIDA requests. Finally, before I turn it over to Secretary Keys and then to Rajiv Dalal, who is representing Netflix, we would like to give a very sincere thanks to Netflix for its continued support, their partnership and dedication to Albuquerque, and to our partners over at the State Economic Development Department, Secretary Keys and Mark Roper. Also want to give a huge thank you to Deirdre Firth, my Deputy Director, for working with us on negotiations for this history-making project. And also want to mention that David Buckholz, Netflix bond attorney, Chris Muirhead, the City of Albuquerque's bond attorney, are also available for any technical questions regarding the lease agreement or the project participation agreement. And with that, I hand it back over to you, Council President.
Thank you, Director. I appreciate it very much. You teed us up just exactly right. And Madam Secretary, thank you all for you, Mr. Roper, for joining us. You've been a huge partner in making this happen, and we appreciate very much. You know, the governor's made film creation a priority, and this just shows that all that hard work by your office and the governor and the legislature is paying off. Welcome, and the floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you, Council President Davis and other councilors. Some of you I already know from previous deals, and others I look forward to meeting you in person. So as Director Jaramillo has already mentioned, this is a super exciting project for New Mexico to further establish itself in the film and television industry by becoming the home of Netflix's largest production facility in North America. As you all know, in 2008, Netflix made the move to purchase Albuquerque Studios, in the Mesa del Sol area. The deal garnered attention across the globe as it was the company's first production hub purchase in the United States. It included the $1 billion in production to New Mexico over 10 years and the commitment to create up to 1,000 production jobs per year. Since 2018, Netflix has spent more than $200 million in the state, utilized more than 2,000 production vendors, and hired over 1,600 cast and crew members. Their move, as expected, shined a spotlight on our state within the global industry. As Director Armijo pointed out, Movie Maker magazine ranked Albuquerque as the best place to live and work as a movie maker in 2019 and 2020. And the move was followed by fellow industry giant NBC Universal, who has transformed a vacant free span warehouse into its own production facility in Albuquerque. Not to mention the other inquiries we receive at the Economic Development Department and other business sectors because of their presence. The growth of the film and television industry has been a steady driver of economic development in New Mexico over the last 2 decades. In 2003, the direct spend in New Mexico was $7 million. In fiscal year 2019, it reached a record high of $525 million. This is outside money coming into our state that wouldn't be here otherwise. And many existing businesses and international brand recognition have expanded to New Mexico to support this thriving industry, including Crafty Apes, PRG, Buffalo 8, Reynolds Advanced Materials, and Keslow Camera. But most importantly, the industry, and you will now hear my dogs barking in the background, sorry about that, is employing hundreds of New Mexicans with a range of skill sets that don't necessarily require a 4-year degree, but still provide opportunities for advancement, high wages, and benefits, including construction, lighting, production, accounting, and craft skills. I promise you they are very adorable when you see them in person. They just don't sound so right now. Over the last 2 years, we have laid the groundwork for this significant expansion, which the city has detailed, but I just wanted to highlight that as part of the proposed investment in the region and in an effort to continue to grow and scale up the crew base and the talent pool, Netflix is committed to provide training programs for below-the-line positions in partnership with the New Mexico Film Office, local universities, labor and industry organizations. Additionally, in partnership with NMFO, Netflix has committed to supporting New Mexico's Native American, Latino, and Black filmmakers and other underrepresented groups for content creators and below the line, which is really a fantastic part of this deal. So in an analysis done by the state's Economic Development Department, it is anticipated that the next 10 years, Netflix will generate $2.5 billion in economic output, create a net benefit of over 107 million, and create an additional 1,467 construction jobs to complete the expansion. So economic development is always a team sport. I'd like to recognize the governor's office, our EDD team, including our film office and Amber Dodson, who's on the line right now, the land office, the city of Albuquerque, Mesa del Sol, and give a big shout out to David Campbell. Woo! Congratulations on the new gig. And all the state lawmakers who stand behind LEDA and ensure that we have a competitive ability to attract good companies to New Mexico. And of course, our team at Netflix, thank you for choosing us and believing in our state. It is important to invest in businesses that are going to diversify our economy and deliver on the promise of higher paying jobs and to build wealth and economic security for New Mexico families. We know the state will be much more resilient coming back from a recession or a downturn with a broader economic base and better paying jobs that offer sick leave and health insurance and job security. So this is an opportunity that does just that. And with this expansion, we will again signal to the film and television industry that New Mexico is really the place to be. Thank you for having us today and considering this proposal.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We appreciate it very much and appreciate your partnership and leadership in this. Next up, I want to recognize, we'll just start local and move our way out. Mr. David Campbell, an old friend of City Hall and the new CEO of Mesa del Sol. Suddenly your portfolio got a whole lot bigger before you joined this venture, sir. Welcome aboard. This is an exciting project for Southeast Albuquerque and particularly for Mesa. And so we wanted to recognize you and give you a chance to speak about what that means for this part of town.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. This truly is a transformative project for Albuquerque and the state of New Mexico. The president of MDS Investments, Stephen Chavez, is also on the line and can answer questions that you may have. And I will point out that Steve has been instrumental in helping to pull together the variety of entities that have come together to make this successful thus far. For my part, I intend to make this a very successful public-private partnership that will be not only a massive jobs generator, but a mark of pride for our community. Mesa del Sol is the largest planned community in the state, and it features, in addition to the film studio, homes, recreational and cultural amenities, as well as corporate offices and headquarters that serve as anchors for a robust economic development future in this part of our city, indeed for the entire city. So I don't want to go on any further than to say that where 79 years ago, December 7th was a day that lived in infamy, December 7th, 2020, for our community will be a date that is famous and is a mark of the profound work that we are doing together to create jobs and to build a more robust and better community. Thanks to Netflix, thanks to our partners at the city, the state land office, the governor, economic development departments of both city and state. And I want to thank particularly the council and the administration and urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. It's just like being old times, except we're all online and can't see you in person. Thank you. We appreciate you. I want to recognize and acknowledge for the record that Councilor Harris has now joined us for the conversation, and so he's here. Last, certainly not least, I want to recognize Mr. Nick Maniatis. I saw Nick a minute ago to introduce Mr. Dalal on behalf of Netflix and give you the floor to talk about this project, and then we'll go to councilor questions for all of our guests. So, Nick, I'll turn it over to you to introduce your partner.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to introduce Rajiv Dalal, who heads up our policy team, global policy team, and he'll say a few words.
Mr. Dalal, welcome. Thanks for joining us this afternoon.
Well, thanks for having me, and good afternoon to the members of the City Council. Special thanks for moving us up on the agenda. I really appreciate that. I'm Rajiv Dalal, and I oversee studio policy for Netflix, as Nick has mentioned, and we both are very excited to be here as you consider this expansion project. And I recall about 2 years ago when we came before this body during our initial acquisition in late 2018, and the excitement in the room and in the community, for that matter, following the press conference in stages 1 and 2 of Albuquerque Studios. Since that time, our acquisition of the studio has been nothing short of a remarkable investment for Netflix and really a great economic development partnership. Plain and simple, Albuquerque is an excellent production center for us. It's brought together a number of things that we look for in a regional production hub. Proven track record in accommodating high quality features and series, state-of-the-art sound stages, top-notch crew base, you name it. And given that success, we now seek a significant expansion to our studio footprint, which we think will bring multiple benefits to the region. It'll help cement the status of New Mexico as a leading production center in North America, as Secretary Keys said and Ms. Jaramillo said earlier. And I think could be exemplified by our bringing Stranger Things here, one of the biggest, most popular original series. It'll bring high-tech jobs such as post-production positions, creates a comprehensive training program, which was alluded to earlier, for below-the-line crew to grow that workforce, and especially targeting underrepresented communities. It'll also become a production destination for other production companies, which can lease the stages when they're not in use. The people of Albuquerque have been really good to us, and in the wake of this very challenging economic time, this is a project that we believe will have great impact. And I'd be remiss to not extend our gratitude to Governor Lujan Grisham and her team, especially Secretary Keys and Mr. Mark Roper, Mayor Keller and his team, especially Mr. Lawrence Real and Ms. Jaramillo, and you, City Council President Davis, for all of you collectively, your partnership on this initiative. Again, thank you for your consideration. I know Nick, myself, our other colleagues, we really look forward to being back in Albuquerque soon.
We look forward to getting you back. So we thank you very much. Folks, here's how we intend to handle this today. For those of you who have some special guests who don't know our procedure very well, but we're going to open up the floor now for counselors to ask questions about the deal, to our guests. And so here's how I'd like to handle that. For each of the entities or partners here, I'm just going to refer these to you, and you can sub these out to your partners and your colleagues in your department as you see fit. So if it's okay, Mr. Dalal, Secretary Keys, Director Jaramillo, and Mr. Campbell, I'm going to put you on notice here that we'll just send these to you and you can farm them back out. That way I don't have to pretend to pick the person who might have the best answer. That said, counselors, use the raise the hand function if you have questions or comments about this project before we move on to items M and N, which is approval of the IRBs and the LEDO agreements. Madam Vice President, Councilor Gibson, you're up first.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is really a happy day for Albuquerque. I'll just say that and reiterate all of the thanks that go to all of you and everybody who worked for you in order to make this happen. It's probably the most complex thing that project that I've encountered since coming to council. But I'm very impressed that we got there. Everybody working together and coming to this agreement to make this happen. So thank you. I'm just over the moon. Very happy. Can't think of any question right now, but I just wanted to offer my congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate it. Counselors, other questions for the floor? Councilor Borrego, go ahead, ma'am. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say that if you around City Hall long enough, you see things come to fruition. In the early 90s, Mesa del Sol started, and I was a professional planner back then, and we worked on the master plan. We worked on the area plans, and we worked on the sector plans with the county and the state. And, we had envisioned, we certainly didn't envision Netflix, but we envisioned, the soccer fields and the stadium, which are in place now, and we also envisioned the residential, which is now in place also. So it's really great to see this, and I'm really very thankful. A group that's not here tonight is the Albuquerque Development Commission, because they're the ones behind the scenes doing a lot of the work, and the staff and our attorneys. It's really amazing to see this come to fruition. And here, when it's 30 years later almost, but to see this sort of infusion into our economy at this point in time is, I can't be more thankful to the officials, the Netflix officials, and their group and the state of New Mexico also, and university, for having this vision and bringing this to Albuquerque. I think it's gonna give us a boost where we really need a boost right now. And congratulations, kudos to you, Dave, by the way. We're cohorts in the same public administration group. So I very much appreciate. And Cynthia Jaramillo, without you, and I mean, all of you, Dave Buckholz, all of you, we've all worked together for years, but to see this come to fruition, I think is going in the right direction.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Benton from downtown.
Councilor Benton from downtown, formerly representing Mesa del Sol District. That's my old role in District 3. But what I'm reminded of is probably sort of what Councilor Borrego was talking about, is thinking back to the 1990s and a bunch of volunteer architects and planners and do-gooders were trying to figure out a way to do some forward-looking development in Albuquerque. And the state land office at that time, my contact there was Tom Leatherwood, who was prominent in the whole concept and bringing that forward with UNM and all these great partners. But yeah, we never envisioned Netflix. We envisioned a robust multi-use community with really good, fairly low density residential planning, but low density residential done in a really elegant way. And that's what we were focused on. But I'm just so thrilled to be a small part of this now as a former member or continuing member, I guess, of the TID board since the days when I was the councilor from the district, and working with so many people whose faces I see here who are very competent professionals that we have in the city in terms of this type of project. So we're lucky to have them as well. But yeah, more than anything, love Netflix. I welcome Netflix. I want to see more Netflix shows filmed in Albuquerque, and we know we will. But yeah, thanks to everyone who worked so hard on this, our administration, and of course Netflix themselves, and all the great folks here who have been through this thing now for a couple of decades, and look what's happening in Mesa del Sol. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Counselor, and thank you for your hard work early on to help get Mesa del Sol started, and thank you for your service on the TID board and your votes in the last few weeks to help us get that forward. Thank you very much. Counselors, other discussion, other questions? Counselor Sinha, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am very excited about this, especially being able to have new shows and seasons of Stranger Things to binge watch. I know that this was raised early on, and I also want to appreciate the benefits package that Netflix brings to the table and to our Burqueños. But it was noted of some of the programs to highlight underrepresented communities and bringing them into the storytelling process and film. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Mr. Dalal or Mr. Maniatis?
Sure, happy to. One of the things that we're focusing on globally now with our inclusion and diversity practices is gaps that we're seeing both on the production and on the content side. And I think that in part of building up the production ecosystem, we need to focus on a whole manner of stories, not just ones that we're used to, but ones from all walks of life. And I think that what we have discussed as part of this agreement with Secretary Keyes and with the city is to take that first step and work with underrepresented groups in terms of building up the workforce and model them after some of the programs that we have around the world. For instance, on Native Americans, what we're doing with Indigenous in both Australia and in Canada, there's a whole host of programs that we've been engaged on, and that's listed in the PPA, and we can I don't want to necessarily go through every detail, but it is listed there, and happy to have a further conversation about that.
Counselor?
No, I appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure that our public was also aware of that. And I also really want to appreciate highlighting the story of Selena.
Thank you, ma'am. I think we all are excited to see what else is coming in our Netflix queue. If you're like me, you're almost out, and so it's time to see what comes next. Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Pena. Councilor, I believe you're on mute on your side. There we go.
My computer's in that glitch again. I just, like everyone else, I want to congratulate everybody who's worked on this. Alicia Keys, you've done just an outstanding job there at State of New Mexico with a lot of the projects that you've been doing here in the city of Albuquerque. I also do want to congratulate too, some of the films that I've started to film here early on, like Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, where, 90% of the staff was from here. And that really just kind of, I think, solidified that we have the kind of workforce to deliver on something with the magnitude of like a Netflix or other industries. So I'm really excited about that. I'm excited about the partnerships that have been developed with our higher education institutions, even our high schools. So I look forward to us being able to expand and broaden that. And obviously, the below the line workers are paramount and important to making sure the film industry is successful. But, I also hope that we can expand it down the line to include some of the above the line jobs, to make sure we have the directors and the producers that come out of here, out of New Mexico. I know people like my friend, Commissioner Quesada, who's been very instrumental. He's always talking to these folks about, just coming here and really filming in New Mexico. There's so much history to be told. And in my previous meeting with some folks from Netflix is, I just said that, the indigenous community, our history here in New Mexico is so important to the rest of the United States, and our, however you identify yourself as Hispanics, Chicano, we also have a history here in New Mexico with some recent events that have happened that really we need some people to look at how we really tell our true history of this wonderful place we call home in New Mexico. So thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilor. Well said. Councilors, last call for other questions before we move on to our action items this evening. Seeing none, let me just take the privilege of the chair to add my my appreciation to everyone who's participated. As the Director Armijo said, Mr. Buckholz and others who have participated in their, Mr. Muirhead, in your professional capacity to be sure we get this right and that can do the right thing by taxpayers means an awful lot. Director, I just want to very briefly ask you to clarify a couple of points, and we'll do this very quickly just to be sure we get it on the record for folks who are seeing this deal for the first time. One of the things we always hear when we offer public incentives to create private jobs, which generates economic activity, is how much is the taxpayer on the hook and what happens? We talked about this already. This deal, as projected, would be tax positive in the first year, but there are also some clawback provisions if something like a pandemic were happen to happen down the road somewhere. Can you talk very quickly about the clawback provisions that ensure we protect taxpayer dollars?
Council President and councilors, certainly. And to tee those answers up to talk specifically about the clawbacks as they relate to the lease and the PPA, I'd like to invite our bond attorney, Chris Muirhead, to help run us through the clawbacks.
Thanks, Cynthia. Council President, councilors, both the IRB lease and the project participation agreement have clawback provisions to protect the taxpayers. In the IRB context, if the development does not proceed as everybody intends and anticipates it will, there are provisions that protect the city to recoup property tax abatement or gross receipts tax abatements that have occurred, and that is in the IRB lease. And the project participation agreement, if there's a facility closure or the production spend doesn't proceed as the parties intend that they will, there are also clawbacks related there. So those have been fully vetted and negotiated with the company and their counsel, with Mr. Buckholz, and that's kind of a broad brush that both agreements protect the taxpayer in case the deal doesn't develop as everybody anticipates it will.
Thank you, Mr. Muirhead. I appreciate it. And if counselors have any other follow-ups, you're welcome. I know we've all had a chance to review this and the data. I just want to point out in this, and then we'll move to our action items, to everybody who's participated. There are a few other folks that I know are around who we've worked with extensively. First and foremost, up in the mayor's office, Mr. Lawrence Real has been a key piece of all of these conversations. I'm glad I don't pay the city cell phone bill for he and I to call each other 15 times a day in the last few weeks. But I do appreciate it. Mr. Real always has in the middle of some big deal to bring things together, and it's certainly working. I also want to recognize, as someone mentioned earlier, ADC and the members of the TID and the PID boards, including Councilors Benton and Gibson, for helping to work through those issues with Mesa del Sol to be sure that we have the infrastructure available and can keep those entities whole for future development as well. And so let me say this in close, and then we'll move to those items. I think this is exciting for a lot of reasons. As the mayor said in announcing this deal when we came to the studios down at Mesa, this is about relationships. That's how this came about. I heard Mr. Delal mention how when you get into New Mexico and you start working and you find a good workforce, it was such a good investment they came back and wanted to do it again. But the team that worked on this started with people who worked in New Mexico's film industry, from behind the camera and behind the desk and agencies together, who were tireless champions, as we've all heard from folks who have had different roles in this together. But let me take a little pride in saying that in the southeast part of Albuquerque, a lot is going on. And if you aren't watching, there are a lot of new job announcements on the west side of Albuquerque. There are a lot of new job announcements on the southeast part of Albuquerque in just the last 4 weeks with the Orion project and this new Mesa del Sol Netflix investment. We've announced now what will be more than 4,100 new full-time, benefits-eligible, well-paying jobs, all for part of New Mexico's new economy. That's more jobs than oil and gas companies directly employ statewide in New Mexico, all coming in the next 10 years to that 5-mile stretch of University and Gibson Boulevard around the airport in southeast Albuquerque. There are pockets of investment in economic development across our city that are literally changing New Mexico's economy. And it takes all these folks to do it. But if you're looking for New Mexico's future, I think you look hard at the areas around the airport and Mesa, because that is where New Mexico is going. I appreciate very much everyone's work on that. And with that, I'll make a motion to approve O2244, which is the project involving Netflix pursuant to LEDA and City Ordinance 0410 and all those other pieces therein. Do I have a second? Councilor Benton, thank you. Councilors, any other discussion here? And I want to give a chance if the administration has any comment on this piece of legislation before we go forward. I know, Mr. Rao, you've been sitting patiently upstairs, but I want to give you a chance to weigh in as well.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I too want to express my thanks to all the parties involved. Just to give you a perspective, this is a very complicated deal. I want to make sure that we don't forget to thank our state land commissioner, who obviously was a major player in this as well, and that a portion of the development of this project will occur on state land office land, which is really the classic example of the state economic development department, the state land office, the city of Albuquerque, and then both our TID and PID boards all coming together. And a lot of phone calls, as you said, Mr. President, but on behalf of the mayor, who has been very, very much involved in all the details, working through this, and the administration, we obviously urge your support, and we welcome Netflix future investment in Albuquerque.
Thank you, Mr. Real. And yeah, we've mentioned him several times as well. I want to add Mr. Chavez to that. Excuse me, when Steve and his team bought the remnants of Mesa del Sol former plan, they saw it as a future for New Mexico and invested a lot to bring these big jobs and big projects to our city. And I think we see the value of holding out for those big ideas and those big job opportunities, because we certainly have the workforce and the team to do that. So we appreciate that very much. Councilor Bassan with a
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to make sure, and I don't imagine that it's out there, but typically, and for clarification purposes, do we normally hear public comment before we do a vote? And is there a way to find out if any of those comments could be related to this before we vote on it?
if Councilor Bassan, if you're aware of any, we'd happy to pull them in. We're not aware of any when they signed up today. The ones that we hear from, I believe, are about the Arts Board recommendation and the sick leave, as near as I can tell from our list today.
Nope, I do not know of any, Mr. President. I just wanted to see if we could double check. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Councilors, any other questions before we move to a vote? Seeing none, I'll ask our clerk to call the vote.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Senna.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Bill 44 passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. And councilors, we do need a vote for immediate action on that item. Is that, we did that already. We'll get to it on our other side, right? I'm sorry. So next up, we'll have item N, which is O2045. Yeah, well, I'm sorry. We're going to move around our procedural pieces a minute, but we'll take care of that on the back end. Next up is O2045, authorize the issuance of a sale of the City of Albuquerque taxable IRB Series 2020 and one of the most series combined, which would be in the maximum aggregate principal of $500 million to provide funds to finance this project. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. From some people, I saw Councilor Senna and I heard another, so thank you to all of you. We'll clear those, and councilors, are there any other discussion on those items for the IRB? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Senna.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you, councilors. Just a second, we're going to take care of one other thing here. Sorry, councilors, I apologize. I had my script in committee mode where we do immediate action after, but we've concluded with the clerk that we're totally fine because those passed unanimously and would have done so either way. So we are good. Congratulations, and we thank all the parties for your hard work on this project. We look forward to seeing all the new buildings and investments coming next year. Thank you all. Mr. Dahl, we look forward to getting you here in person. Thanks so much. Mr. Moya, well, we're going to take a brief 2-minute recess here while we move those folks out, and then we will move our general public comment participants in. So if everyone will stay with us, we're going to transition to our next section. All right, folks, we are going to move into our next section. So we have a little bit of a different process here. I'm going to ask Naomi Todd Reyes if she's here with us today to either come up or just acknowledge so we can hear her. Hi, can you hear us okay, Naomi?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Folks, for general public comment this evening, we're offering Spanish interpretation in our consecutive mode. This means that the speaker requesting interpretation has to pause about every 3 sentences to allow for the interpreter to have her turn. Naomi, I want to give you a chance to explain any other interpreting rules you need in English and Spanish, and so we'll let you have the floor because this is the first time we've done this, and then we'll go to our speakers.
Okay, thank you very much, Council President. Yo soy la intérprete que han contratado para esta reunión, entonces debo de hacerles saber que si quieren hacer comentarios públicos, se va a hacer en una forma que se llama interpretación consecutiva. Eso significa que me tienen que dar mi turno para interpretar lo que se dice. Entonces hagan su comentario y digan todo lo que tienen que decir, pero me deben de dar una pausa cada 3 a 5 frases para yo poder interpretar al inglés su comentario. Se le agradece. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to ask Mr. Moya to acknowledge when we have speakers who have signed up for interpretation, and we'll extend their time to comment to allow for interpretation. I'm also going to ask the interpreter if, while she's providing that, if she needs us to slow down or stop, if she'll simply raise her hand or make that motion, and we'll try to do that. As was stated earlier, live public comment is being taken today, and we have folks up signed up to speak. Again, we also received written comment earlier today, and those were distributed to counselors in advance. Members of the public are able to address the council if they have signed up for live public comment per the rules published on our agenda and on our website on Friday. Members of the public have been moved from the waiting room into the meeting room, and we'll begin public comment. I'll remind you and ask you that until your name is called, if you would please mute your video or turn off your video and turn off your microphone. It helps for people following along live so that they can see the speaker better and not all of us who are not speaking. And so at this point, I'm going to ask Mr. Moya. I think he's already moved in all of our members. Here are the ground rules. Each participant has up to 90 seconds or a minute and a half to present, though you need not use all of your time. Council comments are presented to the councilors only and through the council president. In other words, you have to address the president. It's not a debate with councilors, though councilors can follow up and ask questions if they choose. Any disruptive comment may result in the removal from the Zoom meeting room. There is a 1.5 minute time limit unless you're using interpretation. And at this point, I'm going to turn the floor over to our Zoom moderator, Mr. Moya, to call each of our speakers and monitor time. Mr. Moya.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our first speaker will be Jesse Barnes, followed by Alejandra Gonzalez. Mr. Barnes, feel free to unmute yourself, and then your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Thank you, Council President and Council members. I'm Dr. Jesse Barnes. I've worked at primary care clinics in the South Valley for the past 11 years. I'm also the father of 2 school-aged children, and I don't know how we would have made it through this past year without the paid sick leave that my clinic offers. Unfortunately, I also see on a daily basis the impact that the lack of paid sick leave has on our community members. I'm reminded in particular of a patient who I'll call Rosa in her 60s, who has worked 6 days a week cleaning office buildings for over 20 years. By the time she came in to get her breast mass evaluated, she already had advanced cancer. She tearfully told me how she had put off visits and screening tests like mammograms for year after watching her coworkers lose needed pay and even their jobs for taking time off. Now, for several years, I was also a small business owner, and I know very well how difficult that can be, even in the best of economic times. But I have to say that it absolutely never occurred to me to increase our bottom line by denying staff a basic right like paid sick leave. It is my opinion that a successful business model does not seek the profit at the expense of worker health and well-being. We know that this pandemic has highlighted and exacerbated existing inequity in our society. It should also make it extremely clear why mandatory paid sick leave is long overdue and why it puts all of us at risk when sick employees are forced to go to work. I join many others today in calling on the City Council to act now and make sure every worker in our city has access to paid sick leave. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. Our next speaker is Alejandra Gonzalez, who I believe selected interpretation, and she'll be followed by Mr. Eric Griego. Ms. Gonzalez, if you feel free to turn your video and unmute yourself, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Señora González, puede comenzar a hablar.
Ms. Alejandra Gonzalez, are you there?
Alejandra González, ¿se encuentra usted en la llamada? ¿Puede quitar su silencio y comenzar a dar sus comentarios?
Ms. Todd Reyes, if you're not hearing her in the consecutive stream, maybe we'll put her back farther in the agenda and see if we can raise her in the meantime. Is that okay?
Sure, yeah, I'm not hearing anything.
Thank you. Mr. Moyer, would you move on to our next speaker? And if we can find Ms. Gonzalez, we'll bring her back in as soon as we find her.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our next speaker is Eric Griego, which I'm actually not seeing in here either, but he's followed by Emma Mazzullo. Ms. Mazzullo, if you are in, please unmute yourself and feel free to turn your video. And your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Hi, yes, thank you very much. Hello, my name is Emma Mazzullo. I am currently a preschool teacher at our La Petite Academy here in Albuquerque, New Mexico. I'm going to tell you my story. I think you all should know. I'm currently been working in preschool for about a year. I'm currently suffering with COVID and have been sick and out of work for 2 weeks. I found out that we are not getting paid for being out of work for 2 weeks. As of Friday, we were told we were going to get a $400 bonus due to us working hard during COVID. But these really small bonuses don't really help us much. Sustainable bonuses really don't help much for us and affect our way of living and upset me that they wouldn't think further into how it affects all of us. When I called my HR department here at La Petite Academy, I asked if they paid people who were on sick leave for COVID, and they told me they had no clue what I was talking about. So I was very upset, and there was my answer. I was disappointed that they would do things this way and how they wanted to not pay us for time off and being sick and all that kind of stuff. They don't understand how we feel when we're sick and we don't have paid sick time to pay time off to have, be able to pay our rent and our groceries and everything else we need. Even if we have children, it affects our whole families. I worked 12.5 years in the public schools, and they wouldn't even bat an eye against giving us paid time off if we were sick. When I work at La Petite Academy, they just see us as, if we're sick, we need to come into work, and if we stay home, we're not getting paid for it. That's my story, and I feel like it's not okay, and it needs to be addressed about having everybody in the city of Albuquerque getting paid time off. I'm sure you are fed up with
your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Ernie Sidibaca, followed by Iman Andrade. Mr. Sidibaca, if you feel free to turn your video and mute yourself, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Thank you, President, members of the City Council. The Albuquerque Hispano Chamber of Commerce represents 1,000 small businesses here in New Mexico, Albuquerque and New Mexico. There is no worse time to add more regulation on small businesses that are already suffering, barely surviving, some of them not surviving. Some of them, even if they're surviving, won't survive in the first and second quarters of next year. The time is not now to add more regulation. The time is, in fact, an opportunity to see what we can do to help these small businesses so they can continue to employ their people. Now, we all know that when businesses shut down, employees lose their job completely. There's no worse time to have no job at this time. 100 years, this is the worst pandemic in 100 years. And yet we're considering adding regulation to these small businesses that are already suffering. I think we ought to look at what's going on at the state legislature. I know there are bills that are being dropped, sponsored to take this statewide. I think this is the time to consider this as a statewide measure, not a city measure, not create an island of regulation. I really think it's an opportunity that we don't have this responsibility put on the small business backs. This is an issue. This will not cure the pandemic, but it sure can kill these small businesses. Thank you for your consideration in opposing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sidibaca.
Councilor Bassan, I know you had a question for a previous speaker, and I apologize. I'm going to ask if Mr. Moya could try to get Emma back just for a second. I think you and Councilor Gibson both wanted to address an issue, if she's still with us. Is Emma Mazzullo still here, Mr. Moya? Emma,
Yes.
I neglect. We went on too fast, and a couple of councilors wanted to follow up with you. I saw both Councilor Bassan and Councilor Gibson wanted to speak with Councilor
Yeah.
Bassan. I had you first, and then Councilor Gibson.
Go ahead.
Councilor Bassan, I think we're muted on your end.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Mazzullo, I'm so sorry you're going through living with COVID, and in addition to that, the problems that you have at your job. I wanted to make sure that you were aware that you can go to your employer about the Families First Coronavirus Response Act.
Perfect.
The federal government says that they need to pay you for 14 days, and I'm happy to help you follow up with that. If you want to reach out to me via email, then I will assist with that.
Oh, yes, that'd be great.
Councilor Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pretty much I wanted to say the same thing. I believe I did get an email from you, ma'am, and I did have some staff looking into that because it seems like you should be able to or your employer be reimbursed. I'm not really sure how that works, but but we will find out for you. Okay, and
Awesome.
you're not the only person who contacted me, who said that they lost pay after either getting a positive test or becoming sick. So anyway, I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad to hear from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, councilors, and thank you, Emma. We appreciate it. And it sounds like you've got some help. Wait a minute. I see Councilor Senna looks like she wants to jump in here as well.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to note, yes, the city did actually set up a hotline for precisely this issue. And, that's why the federal government realized early on how critical it is to have sick leave in this time as you're going through COVID. So thank you so much for sharing your story. And as soon as we get that citywide hotline, that you can contact the Department of Labor as well, if need be, that your employer's choosing not to follow a federal mandate. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. And thank you, Ms. Mazzullo. It sounds like you got some extra cheerleaders in your corner, so hopefully someone can help you resolve that. Mr. Moya, I'm going to give the floor back to you, but I see at this point that Mr. Griego has joined us. I know we skipped him earlier when we weren't able to connect with him. So maybe we start with Eric Griego and then see who we have next.
Okay, Mr. Griego, please unmute yourself. Your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking, and you will be followed by Ms. Iman Andrade.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, councilors. I apologize. I was having connection issues there. I dropped off. Thank you for allowing me to address the council and appreciate your thoughtful debate on this. I just wanted to urge council to support this. This is a compromise that has been a long time in the works. As you know, we had this on the ballot. We've had various versions, and this really is one that we work closely with the sponsors and with the administration on. And it represents a deep compromise on the part of the folks who've been advocating for this for all the reasons we've mentioned, including giving a long phase-in period and really making sure we tightened it up to reflect some of the concerns we heard. And, those of you who've been around council for a long time, and I remember when I was sitting where you're sitting, these arguments, whether it was a pandemic or not, whether it was a county bill or a state bill, they're the same arguments. This will kill business. We heard it with the smoking ban. We heard it with the minimum wage bill. And they're essentially talking points that we hear, sadly, from folks who I think are out of touch with what 75%, according to our own polling, of Albuquerqueans and people in the state want, which is in a time of public health crisis, that we ought to be able to say to workers, you should be able to take care of your health or your kids' health, or if you're a victim of domestic violence, you should be able to take care of your family and not lose your job. And that's all this really talks about. We really have made it as as broad as possible so that folks can adjust. But at the end of the day, this is really about, are we going to put people, essential workers, ahead of corporate lobbyists? And I think that's what I think you've heard from folks who continue to say the world's going to end every time we try doing something for workers. And it's unfortunate. And it's often the same folks. And you can insert the issue here, smoking or other issues. So I really hope that council will stand strong and remember that a lot of working people in the city are counting on you to give them the time that they're going to need to spend with their families and their loved ones and their sick kids and their sick elders.
Thank you, Mr. Griego. Your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Emeritus. It's good to see you again, sir.
Our next speaker is Imar Andrade, followed by Joan Bradley. Ms. Andrade, please unmute yourself. Feel free to turn your camera, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Okay, first of all, thank you, councilors, for giving me the opportunity to speak. So today I was going to talk about my experience in both the restaurant and the retail industry, both pre-pandemic and pandemic. So the first thing I was wanting to mention is why is this meeting at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon? If we were not meant to silence workers, this meeting should be at a more time. So I wanted to mention is, you know, we're like, workers are going to work and they cannot afford to take the day off. My experience at Domino's, I seen, we only get paid minimum wage, and, you know, I see managers come in and workers, they're sick and we cannot afford to take the day off. You know, if you get sick, you know, you're kind of like, especially in the middle of a pandemic, you're kind of caught between, well, do I go to work and get everybody else sick, or do I go homeless? You know, and nobody should be caught to make that choice. And may I remind you, this virus is super dangerous because it lasts in the air for hours. And right now I work in the retail industry. You know, I work with the public and they are, we're breathing the same air all day. And this is troublesome. So in conclusion, I just wanted to say that, you know, workers, nobody should have to go to work. No one should have to risk their lives, you know, just to make a pizza. You know, no one deserves that.
Thank you, Ms. Andrade. Your time is up.
Okay. And the retail environment, it's the same thing. Nobody wants to end up in the ICU. Nobody wants to die during the holidays. So please vote yes tonight with no amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Joan Bradley, followed by John Garcia. Ms. Bradley, please unmute yourself. Feel free to turn your camera back on, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking. Ms. Joan Bradley, are you there? Okay. Mr. President, we'll skip Ms. Bradley and we'll move on to Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Thank you. Mr. President, members of the council, my name is John Garcia, Executive Vice President of the Home Builders Association of Central New Mexico. Yes, it's true. We've been talking about sick leave since 2015, but it was also voted down by the public when it was put on a referendum for the public. Now, with all due respect and reference to the bill's sponsor, I mean, you'll probably say that we need this more than ever because of the COVID-19 situation, but the fact is it wasn't good then and it is not good right now. Restaurants are closing and businesses are closing all around the city. This seems more about moving forward a national agenda than it is about doing some things right for the city. Many of you know I've been involved in economic development, both at the city level, the state level, both as secretary and as director, including building the film subsidy program that exists today. So Netflix walks in and they get subsidized with a lot of their expenses, but this community, business in this community do not get that same subsidy from government. It wasn't a good idea to have sick leave then. It's not a good idea to have it now. And I hope that you'll vote no against the sick leave bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Our next speaker is Mr. Dan Garcia. Please unmute yourself, feel free to turn your video, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Are they calling me? John Garcia is talking right now. So.
Mr. Dan Garcia, you are up if you are prepared to make your comments.
His video, everything should be muted until he's ready. So.
I'm sorry, this kind of caught me a little bit off guard. Are you ready?
Garcia, we can hear you, but you need to listen to us through the Zoom and not to the online feed. But go ahead, if you can hear us, go ahead. You have 1.5 minutes, sir.
Okay, well, first I want to say good afternoon, President Davis, city councilors. As you may know, I'm one of the owners of Garcia's Kitchen in charge of operations. I realize I only have 90 seconds to explain this huge issue. This pandemic has hit us all very hard. I hope you all have received the estimated wage increase that we emailed you. To start off, January the 1st, the minimum wage goes into effect. That will cost us at least $267,000 according to our figures, which we can show you if you'd like. We also figure the PTO will easily cost us $167,000 or more. These figures are on the sheet that we sent you. Does not include employees that will need to cover for the PTO for the employees that call in or do not show up. That will all be overtime work. We also included on the sheet a predicted number increase for employees that we're going to have to raise up because of the minimum wage. You can't just raise people up $1.15 an hour to $10.50 and not raise up other people, and that's going to cost us. We didn't even put that number in there. Well, we did. That was a $300,000. So we could take that out. I mean, if we don't raise up anybody, I know that's not your problem. That's our problem. I said we are not totally against PTO, but if you can, at least you can see what we're facing. If you would consider starting off slow, like 8 to 16 hours a year, raise it up 8 hours a year or something till you get to 56. I know it would take 3-4 years, but it would give us time to raise up our prices as we go along. So I'm sure I'm close to 1.5 minutes by now, but I hope some of you have some questions so I can answer a little bit more than just this, because 1.5 minutes does not give you very much time to explain our position or predicament and everything else.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. We did receive your message and we appreciate it. It was shared with all the counselors, and I know a number of us have had a chance to go through that. So thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome.
Our next speaker is Terry Storch, followed by Ana Maria Dahl. Ms. Storch, I see you there. Your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Okay, thank you, Council President Davis and councilors. And my name is Terry Storch, and again, I speak to urge Albuquerque City Council to do the right thing for the health of the entire community, especially in this time of COVID-19. For the health, well-being, and fair treatment of Albuquerque's working people, the council needs to pass this sensible, timely, and needed paid sick leave ordinance. Business organizations, the Chamber of Commerce, the Restaurant Association opposed these measures before the pandemic, as you've heard from a couple of the previous speakers, and it's unfortunately no surprise that they are doing so now. I've come to understand that they are fundamentally, philosophically opposed to elected officials telling them what to do. They refuse to acknowledge that if the virus can be slowed, the economy can be slowly opened, and a surefire way to slow the virus is for sick working people to stay home, quarantine, and recover. But working folks cannot stay home if they will lose income. After listening to the Netflix promise of high-paying jobs with paid sick leave, I cannot help but realize what a drag on progress elements of the Albuquerque business community is. The figures going around of 12 cents an hour, the cost of paid sick leave for every hour worked. Businesses routinely pass on rent increases, material cost increases to customers, as if a business cannot pass 12 cents an hour on to customers or absorb it. This is precisely the type of issue where elected officials are called on to act in the community interest for the physical health and the economic health of the community. This measure will not hurt. It will help the recovery and the economy. It's time to meet the needs of the entire community and its working people, and not only this narrow section of the business community. It's time to pass this measure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Storch. Our next speaker is Ana Maria Dahl, followed by Marshall Martinez. Ms. Dahl, your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Thank you. As a survivor of domestic violence, I can say that simply leaving one's abuser is not the end of the road. It is only the beginning in a very long journey to healing. As an individual who needs ongoing physical treatments for my neck and back injuries inflicted by my ex-husband, I can only honestly say that I have had to skip countless treatments as a result of having no paid sick leave protections and not being allowed by my employers to obtain these treatments. As a result, I am in pain daily and have been since my ex-husband strangled me unconscious over 10 years ago. As a single parent such as myself, we are often faced with the choice of going to work and not getting paid, going to work or not getting paid to stay home to care for our sick children. There have been times in the past in which I have gotten written up at work because I chose to put my son first and remain home with him when he was sick, as a past employer refused to allow even unpaid days off. Essential workers who face repeated exposure to COVID-19 have a very high chance of contracting the illness, as we've seen around the world. Should they have an autoimmune disease like I do, they would have to weigh their life or death options before each single shift. Accordingly, many of us, like myself, have had to leave careers we loved to find something that was a better fit due to being without paid sick leave protections, inflexible employers, and federal emergency leave loopholes. COVID-19 did not create these issues, it simply amplified them. As such, the individual is the one who needs to be considered first, as they are the only ones left without protection, left without city or local grants or loans by the city and state. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dahl. Our next speaker is Marshall Martinez. Please feel free to turn on the video, unmute yourself, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Thank you so much. Thank you, President Davis and members of the council. I'm Marshall Martinez, and I'm the Executive Director of Equality New Mexico, the state's lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender advocacy and civil rights organization. And I wanted to speak to you this evening. You all received an email from me. The reality is paid sick leave is a gay and lesbian, bisexual, and transgender issue. Queer and trans folks, especially in New Mexico, have significantly higher proportioned responses and incidents of living with HIV and AIDS, living with cancer, and living with significant emotional and mental health issues. We also predominantly work hourly wage positions from our youth all the way into the age of retirement, and I use that term loosely. The reality is that folks living with HIV and AIDS need to manage their illness not only during a pandemic, but all the time in order to hold off the significant complications to that virus that many of us know took a lot of our community in the 90s. The reality is that youth, LGBTQ youth specifically, are experiencing significantly higher rates of trauma just as a generation right now, and then especially when we are often not accepted by our families and our loved ones, and that leads to needing to seek mental health and behavioral health on a regular basis. It is not fair to ask queer and trans folks in New Mexico, anywhere in this country, who already face significant barriers to healthcare, to choose between making enough money to pay for food or groceries or rent and taking care of their long-term health needs. I know that the Albuquerque City Council cannot fix the national problem with healthcare access for LGBTQ folks, and I would love it if you could all fix the problems that face queer and trans people across the country, including mental health and emotional health issues, the issue of being kicked out by our parents, the struggle of finding a provider who will treat us with respect and dignity in including our identity, not in spite of it. But what you can fix is the reality that many of us can't afford to see a doctor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Sena, I see you raised your question during, I think, our last speaker, but go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. My question was actually more of a statement to Ms. Dahl, if she's still available.
Ms. Anna Marie Dahl, are you still with us? Ms. Dahl, welcome back. Councilor Senna, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to note, thank you so much, Ms. Dahl, for sharing your story, especially relating to being an incredible survivor of domestic violence. I just wanted to say that I really appreciate you sharing that story, especially so publicly. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to give one more chance for Miss Alejandra Gonzalez. Are you there and connected? Mr. President, doesn't seem like she is there, and that would conclude public comments.
Thank you, Mr. Moya, and thank you, Naomi, for being here with us to help us get that started. We appreciate it. Councilors, next up on our agenda is our economic development discussion. We covered that earlier with Netflix and have no other items on the agenda. We move into administration Q&A. And so here's what I think, just for those following along at home, if you're here for some of our other items, here's what I think we'll do. Those of you who've heard me give pronouncements on schedule before know that often falls apart about 10 minutes in. But we'll try to do administration Q&A, the journal, communications, introductions, and reports of committees, deferrals, withdrawals, and then perhaps our consent agenda before taking our dinner break. I think that'll take us to about 5:30 or so, maybe a little after. We'll take a dinner break and then we'll come back, and because this does look like a fairly long meeting, we'll try to find a way to take brief breaks at the top of every hour or so thereafter, just to let everybody stretch their legs. So that's what I think tonight looks like. If you're looking at something towards the end of the agenda, you have plenty of time to go order something from a local restaurant and spend some money and get it back home. Otherwise, we are at administration Q&A, and Councilor Benton, you were the first to submit questions, and so we will hand you the floor and hopefully tee up Chief Medina.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is Chief Medina on the call?
Commander Barker is.
Hi, Commander Barker. Mr. President, I'll go ahead and ask Commander Barker about this. The first question comes from a constituent, which has to do with the APD's mask policy. We have seen that a number of officers are unfortunately in quarantine. My constituent said, related two stories. One, an officer who was on Chief's overtime at a big box and was not wearing a mask. The other of three officers congregating in some situation, none of whom was wearing a mask, talking to one another. What is the policy of the department with regard to mask wearing by our officers? And what, if any, is the penalty for not wearing one?
Thank you for the question, Mr. President, Councilor Benton. The current mask policy is that officers are required to wear masks both in the public and when in meetings or discussing with other people. We are required to follow the administrative order 758, and we also have our guidelines, which are on our APD proto page, which talk about our PPE gear and how we respond to calls for service. We have received complaints before, whether it be from the public or other officers stating that officers are not wearing their masks. When those come up, an internal affairs investigation is initiated, and there is a policy on the on-duty conduct that we can cite, and those cases are investigated by internal affairs.
Thank you, Mr. President. Commander Barker, so understand with regard to contact with the public that the officer should have a mask on. When an officer is out in the public arena, not just in some private situation or inside a car, and three of them are standing around on a street corner, are they required to have masks on even if they're not interacting with the public?
Mr. President, Councilor Benton, yes, they are required to have their masks on. We often have field briefings to try and eliminate officers meeting in an enclosed space, but they should still be wearing their masks, yes.
they're like everyone else. We're all supposed to be doing our best to
Yes, sir.
utilize these protective devices and to think about what we're doing when we're interacting with others with whom, especially others with whom we may not know what other contacts have been occurring.
Yes, sir.
And so I was alarmed to hear this. I haven't seen it myself, but it came from a constituent. So thank you for the answer. I'll move to my next question, Mr. President, if okay, and that has to do with the helicopter use. And I appreciate our conversation, Commander Barker, with DC Smathers about what's going on. And I've tried to convey that to my constituents. I don't know whether this is only in my district or only in a couple of the council districts, but it's certainly something I've been hearing a lot about. And I hear and see the helicopters myself. I'm assuming they're doing something good when I see it, and I'm not concerned about it. But there seems to be some concentrated use in a particular area, and we won't even name that area. Let's just discuss it. That it's a concentrated use where not only APD's helicopter, but the airplane, whoever controls that, and apparently the county helicopter have been spending a lot of time in this one neighborhood. The constituent calls me feeling like they feel like they're under surveillance. I don't know where that's coming from, but I think I could understand when you're constantly seeing these things, you're feeling somehow under extreme observation, whether you're meant to be or not. And so, so we can talk about the details of this later, but my question is, and I had a good conversation, by the way, with a gentleman, and I'll put you in touch with him if you need to be, but he used to be the FAA's National Noise Ombudsman, and he happens to live in New Mexico. So I had a discussion with him about what his questions would be. And so I'm going to repeat those to you. The first is, what is the readiness of the helicopter? Does it have to be in the air to respond to an emergency? Or does it have to take off and get in the air and go do it? Because a lot of the concern is the sense of the public is that they're just flying around until there's something to do. There could be good reasons to do that. I don't know that. The question is, if they're just flying around because there's nothing else happening, they should distribute that pain citywide and not in any particular area. So if they're doing what we would call a beat, if they were just in a car or on a bike, they'd be doing a beat, right? They'd be doing the area that they do. This helicopter, how do they operate? And that important question I thought that came from the FAA guy who called me is, what's the situation with readiness? If an incident is occurring right now as we speak, how long before the helicopter would have, if it's on the ground, have to get in the air and go there?
Thank you for the question, Mr. President, Councilor Benton. I did speak to one of our pilots today, and I know Deputy Chief Smathers and I have discussed this with several councilors, and I know that there are concerns from the community in reference to the helicopter. One thing that I was informed that the helicopter and the airplane together, so only fly an average of 20 hours a week. The unit usually flies the airplane in the morning hours because it's less intrusive, it's quieter. And when the helicopter is out flying, it's usually for 2 to 3 hours, and it takes several loops around the city. They are not focusing on one specific area, but if there is a call for service, they will respond to that call if it's a high priority or something that they can assist with. And they also focus on hotspot areas. So if there's a location that has been identified as a high crime area or a lot of activity is going on, they do patrol that area as part of that 3 hours. However, I was advised it is not directed to be just flying in a circle over that area. It's a large circle over the city, and they cover that area. One thing just to also think about is we also have helicopter pads at 3 of the hospitals in our downtown area. And a lot of those flights come from the west side to the downtown area. And BCSO also has a helicopter. I don't know if, we've identified that it's only our helicopter, but it's just something to take into consideration that we are not the only ones that are flying. And if there's specific questions that I can follow up on with you, Councilor Benton, I'm more than willing to do so.
Mr. President. Thank you, Commander. And that's a good detailed description of what's going on, and I appreciate that. I think it's very helpful that we get this, just the straight information out there. That sounds pretty good. I think, the statistics in terms of fuel used and so forth are skewed because last year was the first year it was really in operation, right?
Right.
So of course, there's a drastic increase in fuel being used, but yeah, I think people are under the impression, and these constituents, by the way, they've got records they've got the numbers. Apparently, they have good binocs because they've got the vehicle numbers on each of the aircraft and how often they see them, and they're just under the impression that it's excessive. And I'm thinking, well, that doesn't quite jive with what we're talking about, and we just need to probably answer some of these people's questions. And if they feel like they're under surveillance, then hopefully that's not for a good reason.
Correct. And Councilor Benton, I can assure you that we are not focusing our efforts on one specific area. Again, it's strictly based on if a crime has happened there or something that they can assist the officers with, or if it's a hotspot zone. And again, the hotspot zone, they're circling the entire city and not only focusing on that area for their shift.
Thank you. Thank you, Commander. Thanks, Mr. President.
Go to other councilors. Let me just add, Commander Barker, I appreciate that. And Councilor Benton, you've really been an advocate for this. I get the same emails that you do, and you get many more. I have to say, Commander, we understand the difference. I live by the airport, and so not only that, we have all the military traffic and all the aviation traffic, as Director Allen will tell you. We get lots of those complaints. But it is the NORA 125 PD unit. You can see on FlightAware that constituents are emailing us on a daily basis with. The most recent one was from 9:09 p.m. to 11:39 p.m. They were in the air for almost 2 hours. They did one loop around the city. They did an hour and a half between Borellis and the Southeast Heights area where we live, inquiring with SIG alerts and with command staff there. There were no calls for helicopter at all. And so while that may be a hotspot, for example, and I know, for example, one of those neighborhoods is, and I totally understand that. I think what the councilor's mentioning and what the constituents are telling us, and I live as well, is that we need to go back and look at our POP plans. We need to go back and see, is aviation the right unit to help us deal with some of these issues? Is a 2-hour patrol over a neighborhood an effective deterrent to crime, or is it an effective deterrent to enjoying your life and the quality of life and wanting law-abiding, otherwise good citizens to cooperate with APD, or are they just getting so mad that they don't want to deal with us anymore? Certainly not your personal fault. And I want to go back to Councilor Benton to close this out, but I do think we ought to take a look, and I think it would be exceptional if you and DC Smathers perhaps could help us. Let's pull a random sample of 10 or 20 flights. Let's look at how much time they were spent in use, how much time they were actually spent in some of these POP plans, and take a serious look at whether there are other assets and other resources we might be able to use in a more efficient way. Totally agree that we need that unit. It's helpful, but we also know that, as Councilor Ben said, we need to share that, or let's put it on a pad somewhere. we can come up with a way to do that and still make it responsive. So thank you. Councilor Benton, back to you. Commander, I want to give you a chance to respond, but Councilor Benton wants to respond, so we'll do both of those together with you.
Yeah, we'll wrap it up. And, just quickly, Commander, the question is still, and you can get it to me later, if the aircraft is on the ground and there's an event occurs where it's called upon, what's the time to get up in the air? What's involved with that? And how quickly could they get to, let's just call it the average site in the city?
Mr. President, Councilor Benton, just to briefly answer that question, I know that oftentimes they can be on call, but if they're not in the air, we often check with BCSO to see if their helicopter's up, but I will get the time that it takes for them to get in the air if they are grounded.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commander. I know Councilor Borrego had previously signed up for next questions, so Councilor, we'll take you there, and then if there are other questions. Commander Barker, is there a chance we could just keep you in the waiting room in case we have other APDs come? Thanks so much. Councilor Borrego, you're next. Councilor, I think we're muted on your end. There we go.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had to take a minute to let my dog out, so she was going to be barking, and I didn't want everyone to hear her. So my question is with regard to the CASA and the next steps. And I realize it's probably a very complex issue. We had our some of our hearings last week on Friday, and I did have an opportunity to speak with our city attorney regarding what some of those next steps are, and I'm happy to meet with him separately. But if you want to just give us just a real quick general assessment, Mr. Esteban, I would certainly appreciate that.
To President Davis and Councilor Borrego, basically the city continues negotiations with the Department of Justice on a stipulated order in which the city and the Department of Justice would agree to terms regarding outside investigators and other reporting metrics. That the process and the negotiations would provide for review by the police union, the monitor, and the amici in the court case. Additionally, we're going to, at some point, we anticipate it'll be in January. We will take that order and submit it to the court for approval. The parties at the time, including the amici and members of the community, will have an opportunity for input. In the meantime, the city and the department are working on a request for proposal to hire outside investigators to assist with the internal affairs investigation. Or investigations in general. Regarding the academy, the police department has posted a position for a civilian curriculum developer and is reviewing those applicants currently. They are also developing a selection process for a permanent commander of the academy. And our office will also be assigning an attorney from the legal department to be working directly with the academy on its processes and to review training before they are sent to the monitor. So those are the developments right now. We should know more in a month or so, but we will definitely keep the council and the members of the public up to speed.
And Mr. Aguilar, my understanding is that the areas of contention are still with regard to use of force. Is that correct?
There are multiple areas, but use of force is one of them, investigations, and the force review board as well. It all comes down to discipline, and that's what the department is working on addressing.
Thank you. I'd love to meet with you a little further to get more details.
Mr. President, Councilor Borrego, we're happy to meet with you or any of the other councilors, and we'll continue to do so and keep you updated.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Thank you, Mr. Aguilar. I appreciate it. I've appreciated the opportunity to speak with you and your team and the DOJ folks in the last few weeks about some of the progress we need to make. So I hope as we take some time in the rest of the month, we can come back at the first of the year with a solid plan to get us back where we need. And We appreciate your leadership on that, and to Lindsay as well. Thank you.
I would, Councilor Davis, appreciate that. And Lindsay Van Meter has done an outstanding job and continues to represent the city well on that. So we will keep you all posted.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Bassan, I have you next, and I believe Director Jaramillo is coming back in for an EDD question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hi, Director. I have one quick question. I didn't submit it in advance because it came in this afternoon from a constituent. They were trying to apply for the small business grant, and it said that PDFs are not accepted, and it said that the JPEGs were not accepted. They've been on the line with technical support all day, so I didn't know if that might be some kind of difficulty, because it didn't seem like that should be appropriate. But I just wanted to clarify or find out if they can indeed actually follow up and submit the application, but then email the documents that they're trying to upload that they are unable to do.
Council President and Councilor Bassan, certainly I'm happy to follow up with the business directly, or have somebody from my small business grants team follow up, and we're happy to accept those documents via email if they're having trouble uploading. But we should be able to receive those via PDF and JPEG. So I'll find out what the problem is, but happy to reach out to your constituent.
Awesome, thank you. And Director, will you please remind me the website? Is it info, or the email, info at, or I can't remember what.
Good question. Nor can I remember, but I'll email it to you.
I can look it up again too, but I will put them in touch with you as well. Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you, councilors. Any other questions for the administration before we move on? All right. We have a big agenda, so we will all have a chance to talk lots more. We're going to move now to our journal, and Madam Vice President, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move approval of the November 16th journal.
Thank you, ma'am. And do we have a second? Thank you, Councilor Sena. I'm sorry, I'm catching my screen up here so I can see all of you again. Seeing no other discussion, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the motion to approve the journal.
Councilor Bassan?
Yes.
Councilor Benton?
Yes.
Councilor Borrego?
Yes.
Councilor Gibson?
Yes.
Councilor Harris?
Yes.
Councilor Jones?
Yes.
Councilor Pena?
Yes.
Councilor Sena?
Yes.
Councilor Davis?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Vice President. Councilors, next up we have communications and introductions. Councilors, are there any changes to the letter of introduction? Councilor Sena, I believe you have one.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing O42 on tonight's agenda for action. O42 is amending the Labor Management Relations Ordinance to ensure compliance with changes to state law regarding public employee bargaining, clarifying negotiation and prohibited practices procedures, and more accurately reflect the current practices and update department names of the city.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilors, do we have a second? Thank you. I see Councilor Gibson. I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time seeing our participants, but we'll fix that while we vote. Seeing no other discussion, Madam Clerk, would you call the roll on the motion for O42?
Councilor Bassan?
Yes.
Councilor Benton?
Yes.
Councilor Borrego?
Yes.
Councilor Gibson?
Yes.
Councilor Harris?
Yes.
Councilor Jones?
Yes.
Councilor Pena?
Yes.
Councilor Sena?
Yes.
Councilor Davis?
Yes, and I think I have my tech issues fixed, so thank you.
Passes unanimously.
Thanks. Next up is Councilor Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing O43 on tonight's agenda for action. O43 is adopting a zoning map amendment for a 19.67 acre site at 3000 Aztec Road Northeast, changing the existing NRC code to RMC in order to codify a conforming use status on the site.
Thank you, Councilors. And Councilor Bassan, thank you for the second. Seeing no other discussion, I'll ask the clerk to call the vote.
Councilor Bassan?
Yes.
Councilor Benton?
Yes.
Councilor Borrego?
Yes.
Councilor Gibson?
Yes.
Councilor Harris?
Yes.
Councilor Jones?
Yes.
Councilor Pena?
Yes.
Councilor Sena?
Yes.
Councilor Davis?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Yeah. So, councilors, as you might have noticed, we took some things out of order earlier this evening, which included the two Netflix pieces. Technically, by our rules, we need the council to consent to doing that. That's not really an issue since we all agreed to pass it. Therefore, it seems like we were okay to vote on it. But just to be sure we get it right, I'm going to apologize. It's my fault. So let's do this anyway, just to be sure we have the right record. And so with my apologies, I'll ask my colleagues to vote for the move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing 044 on tonight's agenda. 044 approves the project involving Netflix pursuant to LEDA. Do I have a second? Thank you, Councilor Benton. And seeing no other discussion, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll to fix my mistake, number one.
Councillor Bassan.
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
Councillor Gibson.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Councillor Pena.
Yes.
Councillor Senna.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes. And
9-0.
And I made one other mistake, which was for 045 as well. And we're going to do the same thing all over again. So I'll move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing 045 on tonight's agenda. 045 authorizes the issue and sale of City of Albuquerque IRB funds for the Netflix project. Do I have a second? Thank you, Councilor Benton. Seeing no other discussion, and with my apologies, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Bassan.
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
Councillor Gibson.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Councillor Pena.
Yes.
Councillor Senna.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes, and thank you to everyone for helping me fix that. Councilor Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move approval of the letter of introduction.
Thank you, and Councilor Jones has seconded, and so the clerk, Ms. Ortega.
Councillor Bassan.
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
Councillor Gibson.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Councillor Pena.
Yes.
Councillor Senna.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
9-0.
Councilors, we're on to deferrals and withdrawals. I believe we have a few, but we'll begin. Councilor Harris, if you could come up, I believe you have a deferral. Actually, I believe it's do you, Councilor Harris, I believe you have one on EC 436. Would you like me to read it into the record, or do you have it handy? Councilor, you're actually muted.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Yes, so we need to defer that, and I think it's a fairly long deferral we need. Hang on a second.
Councilor, I think it's EC 436, and I believe it's to suspend the rules for the purpose of preventing it from expiring and extending its expiration and deferring it until February 1st. Is that your intent, sir?
That is my intention. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, and thank you, Councilor Borrego, for that. Ms. Ortega.
Councillor Bassan.
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
Councillor Gibson.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Councillor Pena.
Yes.
Councillor Senna.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
9-0.
Councilors, from with final actions, Councilor Borrego, I believe you have a motion on 040.
Yes, I do. I have a motion to move to withdraw this item.
And Councilor Benton, as the co-sponsor, do you second? You do. Councilors, any discussion or comments from the administration? Seeing none, I'll ask Mr. Ortega. I'm sorry, Councilor Benton, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, just to make clear, since I already clarified this to a reporter today, you know, this was and remains a very serious issue. When it was brought to my attention as something that could be done, I was interested in it, not because of the pandemic, interestingly, because of previous issues I've had with enforcement of public health orders. So, in other words, I don't need to go into the details, but outside of the pandemic, other issues where a public health officer approached a citizen or whoever, an individual who was doing business or activity in the city of Albuquerque, and were told to cease doing something, and then they continued to do it. that is a concern. And I think we need to circle back after everybody cools their jets a little bit with regard to the pandemic and have a discussion about that. And I explained that to the reporter. I hope that comes through, but I wanted it to come through now that this wasn't some, Ike Benton's a crazy liberal that wants to, or whatever, a liberal fascist, if that's possible to be combined, maybe it is, to enforce something upon someone that doesn't want to do it. No, not at all. I mean, we have a public health department for a damn good reason. And, when they come up and say, you really shouldn't be doing this because it's against the ordinances of the city of Albuquerque, then, somebody should comply. And if they don't want to comply, then yes, the APD should get involved. That's my position on this. I'm not speaking for my co-sponsor, who I know doesn't appreciate maybe me complicating this with my explanation, but really, that's where I was coming from on this. So just to clarify, this isn't something necessarily having to do with people complying with the pandemic order, although I strongly feel that we should. And I agree with the co-sponsor, Councilor Borrego, that somehow we're not getting the message across, or maybe it can't be gotten across anymore. I don't know. I don't want to be negative about that, but I am concerned about that. So thank you, Mr. President.
And Councilor Borrego.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Councilor Benton. Councilor Benton and I have been discussing this issue for probably about 3 months now. And we actually decided, because we've been watching the numbers, not just about the pandemic, but also hearing from our government workers who are tasked with having to enforce the public health measures and their frustration. So really, this bill, I think, might have been a little misunderstood. It's not saying that the police and so on are going to go out there and enforce people wearing their masks and turning people in. That was not the intent at all. Actually, the intent was to give our enforcement folks a little bit of leverage to, if they had somebody or a business that was not, was harassing them, it gives them leverage. And actually, I had an amendment that would have given a warning. So it was up to $500 and up to 90 days in jail. So it wasn't like pitting people against each other because you're not wearing your mask. It was more with regard to protecting our government workers and letting them know that they have a little bit of sort of backup when they are being harassed for trying to enforce the orders. And so Councilor Benton and I decided that, based on sort of maybe some misinterpretation of the bill and some of the emails that we received, which, by the way, were not nice. I mean, we're trying to look for ways that could help, curb the pandemic. So we decided that instead of, in light of all of the community input, and we were listening to people, that maybe we try this education piece instead. And I realize that the mayor's already been doing a lot of education, and the governor, but if people out there have a better idea, please, we're listening. Send us your ideas of how we can curb this pandemic and how we can get people to and businesses to comply, because our numbers, and we have those numbers, and we're happy to share them because our staff has been tracking those numbers. The peak is going up. It's not going down. And, they said in light of Thanksgiving, we're going to see that this week. And then Christmas coming along, we're going to see that again. So that's why we chose to withdraw, not because we certainly did support this bill. I mean, we felt that it was important. Anyway, my dog is starting to bark, so sorry about that, folks.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilors, any other discussions on the Borrego-Benton motion to withdraw? Seeing none, I'll ask our clerk, Ms. Ortega, to please call the roll.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes. Next up, Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President. R113, establishing a federal programming and policy priorities for the city of Albuquerque for federal fiscal years 2021 and move deferral 2021 and 2022. Move deferral until January 4th.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you to Councilor Borrego for offering that second. If there is no discussion, I'll ask our clerk to call the roll.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
9-0.
Thank you, councilors. Any other deferrals or withdrawals? Councilor Borrego, I think, are you still in as a second additional item?
I think I'm still on just from the last one.
Just check it. Thank you, ma'am. Next up, changes to the consent agenda. Councilors, we are on our consent agenda. And for individuals on tonight's consent agenda who are volunteering and being appointed to serve on boards and commissions, we appreciate your service very much. And we look forward to getting you in person down to a city council meeting at some point when we can. And for the record, we want to note that the administration has withdrawn item I, which is EC 2204, which is the mayor's appointment of a candidate to the Housing Authority Board. Councilors, are there any other changes to our consent agenda? Going once, going twice. Councilors, if you will, bring yourself back up. Councilor Gibson, I believe you have a motion, and then we have a vote.
Thank you. I move approval of the consent agenda.
Thank you. And Councilor Bassan, thanks for that second. Seeing no other discussion.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
9-0.
Thank you. Councilors, we're on to announcements. And before we get to council announcements, Director Pat Montoya asked to make a brief announcement on behalf of the administration. Director, thanks for hanging out with us through all these other items. The floor is yours, sir.
Councilor Davis, thank you for the opportunity. I just wanted to quickly announce to the councilors as well as to the general public that the parking division within DMD is offering 2 hours of free parking within the Nob Hill, downtown, and Old Town areas. Along Central, the meters that will have 2 hour free parking, and downtown are surface lots as well as the meters in the Old Town area. So it's part of our holiday spirit, and we just want to share that with the public. So we're encouraging everyone to come out, shop local, shop at the local business, get some takeout food, and do that on us for 2 hours, if you will. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And we appreciate the administration working on that. And let me just say on behalf of Nob Hill Main Street, it's been great. One of the city grants allowed us to try out some of the curbside free parking for restaurants, which has been a real success. And to the Cultural Affairs Department, reminds us all that you can go see a River of Lights preview in Nob Hill and on Central Avenue. Take the kids out, walk up and down Central in your family pod and get a taste of the River of Lights and support some local businesses. So we appreciate that. Councilor Gibson, you're next, ma'am.
Thank you. The Finance and Government Operations Committee meeting scheduled for Monday, December 14th is canceled.
Councilor Sena, you have a number of announcements, or at least two.
Thank you, Mr. President. There will be a Public Safety Committee meeting on Tuesday, December 15th at 3 p.m. via Zoom video conference. I also wanted to announce that the 5th annual Angel Tree Lighting to honor and celebrate the children our community has lost to abuse and Violence will take place virtually this year on Friday, December 11th at 5 p.m. and can be watched live on YouTube and the city's Facebook page. It will also be a time to also honor our previous sponsor of the event, late Councilor Ken Sanchez.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Jones, then Councilor Pena. Councilor Jones?
Thank you, Mr. President. The Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee meeting scheduled for Wednesday, December 16th is canceled.
Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President. There will be an Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Government Commission meeting on Thursday, December 17th at 5 p.m. via Zoom video conference.
Councilor Borrego.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to announce to my District 5 constituents that I have an upcoming fourth quarter town hall on December 15th at 6 o'clock. And I have invited my fellow West Side councilors to be my guests, in addition to APD and fire departments. So you can watch that on Zoom or on YouTube. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Congratulations. That sounds like a great event. The City Council meeting scheduled for Monday, December 21st is canceled. Councilors, are there any other announcements? Okay, seeing none, as promised, we're going to take we've been doing this about 2.5 hours. We're going to take a dinner break here. Let's make it 20 minutes. That'll bring us back about 5:40 in 20 minutes. And then we will take up our 2 public hearings. Then we will move to approvals and our regular agenda for final actions. That's still doing pretty good on our timeline this evening, councilors. Thank you for helping us move through this so quickly already. Let's take our 20 minutes and we will see you back in a few. Thank you. Thanks, James. Thank you all and welcome back. We are in section 12 of our agenda, starting with two administrative hearings, AC 2010 and AC 2011. Both of these items are related, and so we're going to take these in discussion together, and then we'll break out the votes as we always do, one by one. To get us started, I will ask our legal advisor, Mr. Melendrez, to give us a very brief overview of both of these hearings, and then we'll open the floor for motions from counselors. Mr. Melendrez.
Thank you, Mr. President. The issue in these appeals is whether light vehicle fueling and retail liquor sales should be conditionally permitted at the northwest corner of Bridge Boulevard and Old Coors. As you noted, you do have two appeals on this matter. The first appeal, AC 10, is for the light vehicle fueling, and the second matter, AC 2011, is for the liquor retail sales. The zoning hearing examiner approved both of these uses at this location, and that approval is recommended to be affirmed by the land use hearing officer. However, in evaluating these appeals, it does appear that the ZHE did impose some novel conditions. And it also appears that with respect to the vehicle fueling station, the record could be developed a little bit more with regard to whether or not 24/7 gas pumps will be in place at this location, and if so, whether or not they will go against the conditional use standard that non-residential activity not be increased after 8 p.m. for these types of locations. The land use hearing officer is recommending that the ZHE be affirmed. You won't hear from any of the parties tonight. You have several options with respect to these appeals, including accepting the land use hearing officer's recommendation, in which case both conditional use permits will be approved. You could remand these back to the ZHE for further consideration of some of the issues, or you may reject the hearing officer's recommendation outright, in which case we'll have a full hearing on this matter in January. I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Melendrez. The first question I see is from Councilor Jones, who either has a question or a motion.
Actually, Mr. President, I have a motion, if I may. In the matter of AC 2010, I move that it be remanded to the zoning hearing examiner to address and enter findings on the IDO requirements that the light vehicle fueling use not increase non-residential activity within 300 feet of the adjacent residential zone districts between the hours of 8 p.m. and 6 a.m.
Thank you, Councilor Jones. Councilor Gibson, go ahead, ma'am. Is that a second or a comment?
That's a second.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Benton, is that a second or a comment?
That was a second.
Thank you, sir. Councilors, any other discussion on the motion on the floor to remand to the ZHE with those conditions as entered into the record by Councilor Jones? Going once, going twice. Seeing none, I'll ask our clerk to please call the roll on the motion to remand with those conditions.
Councillor Bassan.
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
Councillor Gibson.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Councillor Pena.
Yes.
Councillor Senna.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
9-0.
Councilor Jones, do you have a motion on AC 2011?
I do, Mr. President. In the matter of AC 2011, I move that it be remanded to the zoning hearing examiner to reevaluate the enforceability of the conditions of approval limiting liquor sales and limiting the conditional use permit approval to a single operator.
Councilor Benton, thank you for that second. Councilors, is there any other discussion on that motion to remand for AC 2011? Seeing none, Ms. Ortega, would you please call the roll on that motion?
Councillor Bassan.
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
Councillor Gibson.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Councillor Pena.
Yes.
Councillor Senna.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
9-0.
Thank you, councilors. That concludes our administrative hearings for the evening. We're going to move on to approvals. Next up is item EC 189, the Metropolitan Redevelopment Agency's 2020 annual report. I'll move a receipt be noted. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I saw Councilor Gibson first and a couple of others behind her. I know we have some folks from the administration here available to comment. Mr. Real, if you or your team, I heard, may want to give us a very brief statement or summary of this before we do that, if the administration's with us. Or Ms. Iverson, I see you here now with us. If you want to weigh in. Does the administration have any comment or want to give us a very quick overview? That'd be great.
Thank you, President Davis. Just to quickly summarize, this annual report summarized our 20-year impact at the Metropolitan Redevelopment Agency. Over those 20 years, we've participated on $520 million worth of projects, leveraging the city's investment 10-to-1, resulting in 1,900 housing units, 40% of those being affordable housing units. And on just one neighborhood, Edo, a neighborhood we've had a lot of impact on, we've seen that property tax base increase 860% compared to downtown that has only increased 50% over the same time period. So our programs are having a great impact to the city's bottom line. Our 2020 pipeline this year has $116 million in the pipeline, one of our largest years ever. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Iverson. I know because we have a long agenda, you're keeping it just to the top lines, but I have to say there's a lot of data in here and there's a lot of impact in terms of building and changing our communities. So I appreciate it. Mr. Real, I see you joined us. I want to give you a chance if you want to weigh in here before we move on to the vote.
Mr. President and members of the council, look, I think that all of the projects that we have on the pipeline with the MR program really speaks to the fact that we've got some really good people being very creative and innovative, and a lot of the things that they are doing really is in collaboration with other departments, which has really never happened as well as it's happening now. So pretty proud of the work that they're doing, and you'll see more and more of this effort as we go forward to the next year.
Thanks. Congratulations, Ms. Iverson, and thank you, Mr. Real. Councilors, any other questions or discussion on ET 189? Seeing none, Ms. Ortega, would you call the roll for the motion on RBN?
Councillor Bassan?
Yes.
Councillor Benton?
Yes.
Councillor Borrego?
Yes.
Councillor Gibson?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Jones?
Yes.
Councillor Pena?
Yes.
Councillor Sena?
Yes.
Councillor Davis?
Yes.
9-0.
Thank you. Councilors, next up is EC 198. EC 198 is the mayor's recommendation of award to CAA Icon for the multipurpose soccer stadium feasibility study. I move approval. Is there a second? I see Councilor Sena, I think, is nodding. I'm going to take that as a yes. And if it's not, you'll have to correct me. Thank you. Councilors, any discussion on this item, EC 198? Seeing none, we'll close. Ms. Ortega.
Councillor Bassan?
Yes.
Councillor Benton?
Yes.
Councillor Borrego? Councillor Borrego?
I thought it was unmuted, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Jones?
Yes.
Councillor Pena?
Yes.
Councillor Sena?
Yes.
Councillor Davis?
Yes.
9-0.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilors, next up is EC 212. It's the Albuquerque Arts Board's recommendation to support the Race Healing and History Project Community Solutions Table recommendations regarding the La Jornada. For the purpose of discussion, I'm going to move a receipt be noted with a second from Councilor Pena. To get us started, let me just say, this is just a receipt be noted. In other words, we just received that report, but there may be some other discussion, and I'd be interested in entertaining an idea of deferring this to some meeting in the future so that we can take some additional public comment. But I'll defer to the councilors on how we want to take this conversation. So, Councilor Pena, I assume that you would like to get us started. I see your hand first. Go ahead. Councilor Pena, I think you're on mute on your end.
Thank you. That glitch has come back. So, yeah, I just wanted to ask a few questions. I support the receipt be noted, just as long as we get some clarifying answers from the administration in terms of what can be done with it. It's my understanding that this accepting it as a receipt be noted means that this is non-binding, and there will be nothing that happens as a result of us acknowledging that we've received this report. So I just want, some clarification on that, and just to know that, really appreciate all the work that people who participated in this process did. But, there's also a lot of other people who feel that, more time is needed, and that, due to the pandemic, people sometimes have not had an opportunity to participate because not everyone has internet or can get on Zoom. So I just want acknowledgement that accepting or receiving notice of this ensures that it doesn't allow for anything else to happen. And I think it's a desire of the community members that I've spoken to, is that, we wait to do anything with this until after the pandemic so that we can ensure that all members of the community can participate.
Thank you, Councilor Pena. I don't want to let you go yet. You mentioned a couple of questions. I want to refer to the administration. I recognize that Director Dr. Sanchez is here, as well as Mr. Real. So Mr. Real, or Director, can you talk a little bit about next steps in this process, assuming the council accepts the report this evening? As Councilor Pena mentioned, it doesn't actually do anything, and so that comes back to the administration. What's our next steps, Mr. Real?
Mr. President, I'll respond to Councilor Pena, and then I'll have Director Sanchez talk a little bit about next steps. So Councilor Pena and members of the council, your interpretation of note receipt of this document is correct. It simply transmits to you all the work that's been done through the course of the last several months from gathering community input, and it's for your all's information as it relates to the actual legislation before you. I will now let Ms. Sanchez or Dr. Sanchez give you a little more information about what next steps are.
Doctor, good to see you. Director.
Council President Davis, Councilor Pena. I think we all agree that it's best to undertake the next round of public input when we get past the pandemic. We will have to take next steps in terms of our communications with the artist, Sunny Rivera, because we do have that particular work of art off view under a voluntary waiver from the artist until June 15th. And I don't think we all know exactly how long the pandemic is going to take to completely resolve. So that's one thing that we'll have to do. No matter what, our next steps would naturally be to engage both living artists, that would be Sunny Rivera and Nora Naranjo Morse, in discussion, and probably put them under contract to discuss as part of our research in public art. And then there would be public input, would be part of moving forward anyway. But I think we're all in agreement that we would love to be able to do a second round of public input when being in person is an option.
Thank you, Mr. President. So Director Sanchez, so just again, for just clarification purposes, the fact that the Arts Board voted on particular issues doesn't necessarily, they're advisory. So they advise to the council, but so no action will be taken as a result of their vote, correct?
So the vote that they took was to support the recommendations from the community, which of course are what are in front of you, which were communicated in front of you. If they were to take any additional votes, those are all advisory, and those go to the mayor's office. Okay. And then on to council under R 2080. Under R 2080, any decision, any final actions, any decision about Oñate and La Jornada will go to city council.
Thank you. Just one clarification with that. And then the Board of Trustees also voted, and they actually, I think, voted once again for the removal of the entire installation. So just for, people's comfort level, that also there will be no action taken, correct?
So the Albuquerque Museum Board of Trustees does not have oversight over La Jornada and Oñate. That is, they voted to send a letter expressing their opinions and sharing their opinions about La Jornada. But it is not part of the Albuquerque Museum collection. It's part of the public art collection, which is why their letter was, I believe, addressed to the Albuquerque Arts Board.
One last question, Mr. President. Thank you. So then I also wanted to ask, because I know when I asked for to ensure that it was non-binding, I asked for a legal opinion. And in the opinion, it was first stated that they called it La Hornada with Juan de Oñate, but, you know, talking to the artists and talking to people who have the experience from before, just knowing that maybe his name was mentioned as part of some correspondence as part of this process, but there was an intent, a conscious intent to not name the piece that has been removed after Oñate. So I just want to make sure that, Director, even when you're talking about it, that we do not refer to him as Oñate, as that we can, you know, just that piece that was removed. So as part of the Hornada. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor. Next up, we have Councilor Jones, and lacking anything else, I think I'll have a motion to see what we can do about this. Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have to commend Councilor Pena for taking a good, sensible step on this. This is one of those things that we shouldn't rush into, and it's a community project. It belongs to the community, and we need to decide how to do this very decisively and with as much input as possible from the communities, every community. So thank you, Councilor Pena. I appreciate what you've done with this, and I absolutely support your motion.
I think anytime we can get Councilor Jones and Councilor Pena to agree on a process, we've come a long way in terms of getting folks together. So everybody should be congratulated. Councilor Borrego.
I'd like a clarification of the motion that's on the floor. And I would like to ask that the last bill that's on the agenda be moved up to follow this bill in light of the discussion.
Councilor, I'd be happy to do that. If anybody, unless somebody objects, we can certainly try to do that. I know it relates to the same topic. So clarify, the motion on the floor is to receipt be noted for the EC from the Arts Board, just adopting the recommendations of the community process. From here, we can just accept that, and it would move on to the administration and as the previous legislation said, any final decision by the mayor would come back to the council. Or as I understand, we could defer this receipt be noted, which would be a little unusual, but not unheard of, to allow some more time for public comment before the council accepts the Arts Board's letter. And so those, I think, are the options on the table.
I would like to make a motion that we defer this for 90 days.
So Councilor Borrego has a motion to defer for 90 days, which the clerk tells me it would be for March 1st. I see a couple of seconds here. I think I'm going to take Councilor Pena and Councilor Benton. The clerk can pick her. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Pena did not. Councilor Benton, I think, seconds. Councilor Pena wants to comment. But let me go back to Councilor Borrego first, since she does have the motion, to explain the motion, and then we'll go to questions on that. Councilor Borrego, if you want to explain the motion to defer.
I think in light of the pandemic, I think it's a good idea to defer this. And given the bill that I asked to have move up, I think it might be a good idea to defer both of them.
Thank you. So Councilor Pena, go ahead, and then Councilor Benton and Councilor Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say that I would disagree with the deferral just because there actually is just one thing that would happen as a result of this. So as accepting the receipt be noted allows us to be able to do, I think, precisely what Director Sanchez was talking about, and it allows us to talk with the artists so that we can extend the time. Is that correct, Director Sanchez?
Council President David, Councilor Pena, yes. I think it's important. We actually have a March 1st deadline with Sonny Rivera because we have to tell him 90 days before June 16th, which is the end of the 1 year. We need to inform him by March 1st of our intentions. And so if our intentions are to continue to keep that in storage, then we need to let him know before March 1st, 90 days or more.
Thank you. So I'm sorry, I heard someone. Mr. Real, let me go back just really quickly, Mr. Real. Councilor Borrego, just a consideration of folks, we're looking at calendars here and whether you want to make that for a 60 instead of 90 day. Before we look at that, and it's totally up to the
I was going to ask if I could amend it to 60 days.
Well, that'll be February 1st, and we'll take that as your initial motion on the floor. Councilor Benton was your second, and he's nodding, so we'll take it. I'm sorry, Mr. Real. I just want to get our process right. Since I screwed up to begin with today, I want to be sure the rest of it is correct.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me just maybe just for clarification again for Councilor Borrego, the note receipt of the EC simply transmits all the information that has been gathered during the last 3 months of this conversation. By deferring it, which is not a necessarily a bad thing, it just simply means that you're going to continue to hear the same conversations over again. And so the idea here is to, at least from the administration's perspective, was to have you all receive the information and then start the process as the council sees fit moving forward after the pandemic. So just for your information, you can't amend an EC from the council. It's either got to be taken in as it is or withdrawn from the administration. In this case, all the information that we've gathered is in this EC, and it almost seems like, it's an extra step to defer it. If I might just simply say, a note receipt of the information still keeps the clock rolling as you all want it to move forward, and but does give all of the community folks that have put a lot of time and effort into this a sense that the council's now received that information and is considering that as they move forward. So I just put that out there for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Real. Well said. I'm going to go next to Councilor Benton, then Councilor Gibson, then Councilor Borrego, and myself. Let me just say, though, that rejecting the EC also says we don't agree, or we want them to go back and do more work. So I think we're trying to avoid that, is what I've been inferring from this, and to leave the floor open. But maybe that's not what the folks want to intend. Councilor Benton, then Gibson, then Borrego, and we'll see where we go from there.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, as I see this, this would be the approval of a arts board approval or stamp of approval on the public process, which was conducted by the Cultural Services Department. So that's fine. And that's all it is. In that sense, I did second this for purpose of discussion, but in that sense, we've been here before, right? With ECs that we go, well, we're not necessarily in agreement with what was communicated by whatever process that's being communicated. And in this case, obviously this is a fraught issue, and I respect the community process that was put together by Director Dr. Sanchez and her department. And there's a long way to go, and I think we all acknowledge that, and that's reflected in Councilor Borrego's other bill. But I will I'll go along with the argument that's pretty direct, as made by Mr. Rao, which is this is simply a communication of a process that was completed. And to that extent, I'll support it.
Thank you, Councilor Benton. Councilor Gibson, and then Councilor Borrego.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I tend to agree with what I just heard. While we want to be sensitive to comments that the public would like to make on this, it seems like there's going to be opportunities within council public comment period in future meetings, and I would prefer not to put this off, but to go ahead and just accept this and then move on. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. I want to make a comment on the motion to defer, but Councilor Borrego has been wanted to get in on the conversation. So Counselor, it's up to you whether you want to come back and close on your motion or just continue the debate on the motion to defer.
Counselor, I was looking at this from the bill at the end, and I just realized that we put it on the agenda by mistake. It probably should not have been on the agenda because it was being slated for introduction, and we already approved that. So it's actually, I just want these bills to follow each other. That's all.
That makes total sense. And so with that introduction, it'll come to committee in January and arrive out somewhere around early February. So it seems like those make more
If
sense.
it's coming back, then I guess we don't need the deferral, so I would withdraw that.
Okay. So with the motion to defer for 60 days is withdrawn. And so we are back on the original motion for a receipt be noted for the receiving the report with no action from the council. Is there other discussion on that on the floor, or anybody interpret that differently before I move on? So let me close as the chair, and it's my motion. So thank you to everybody. Look, I agree, and I really do appreciate it. I think Councilor Pena is right on this. We have to include the right number of people. And I, director, and to the departments and to the folks on the Arts Board and the Museum Board, who are all public in forums through which we can communicate different ideas. I think compared to other cities around the country where we've seen have struggled as much as we have, at least we have started a process and a dialogue. I only want to echo and just say that I think the process so far has been positive in terms of collaboration, and it represents the right folks, but I do hear or includes the right people who need to be there. I worry that we haven't quite gotten far enough down into the real quality of conversation that needs to be had amongst particular constituencies that have a very internal and personal connection to the bigger concept here. And it is not a fault of the process, but I do think there are some voices that need to be heard more deeply and more effectively. And we've spent a lot of time in the last year talking about digital divide and the systemic issues around poverty, civic engagement, participation, and representation. And as much as we're trying to have a really hard conversation about all of those issues, doing it only digitally does make it harder. And so I'm okay to receive the notice and say, okay, we know that you're working on this, but only that we make it clear that there is an ongoing discussion and it will come back to another public forum here at the City Council. And I agree with the other councilors. I would like to hear more about those deadlines, about notifying the artist, et cetera. But I think it's going to be hard to have this conversation for everybody until we're able to convene people in a personal setting where we can have these very personal conversations, because we are losing folks through this process. But that said, I commend everyone for working on it. I think it's important. So with that, I suppose I urge your support to move the receipt be noted. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll on the motion?
Councillor Bassan.
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
Councillor Gibson.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Councillor Pena.
Yes.
Councillor Sena.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
9-0.
Thank you. And Councilor Borrego, you were right, and we just want to clarify, you have another bill that's been introduced tonight. It will be up for committee hearings in January regarding other steps in this process or intervening steps. And so we look forward to seeing that. And thank you for clarifying that with us tonight. Next up, we are moving to final actions. That will be 039. And so my co-sponsor and colleague, Councilor Sena, you've been the lead, so we'll give you the floor. 039.
Thank you, Mr. President. 039 is enacting the Healthy Families and Workplace Ordinance to require that employers in the city provide paid leave to employees. I move a due pass.
For the record, I'll second as the co-sponsor, and we'll go back to the original sponsor for the full discussion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also want to note I would like to move an amendment before we get to the entire discussion. But before I do that, I just want to note, I know many of you all, including those watching, know just how passionate I am on this issue, being that I've been a cancer patient for the past 9 years and still going through treatment. Being able to pass a policy where my fellow cancer fighters alongside me will be able to have a loved one next to them when they sit through chemotherapy is critical. And of course, this would happen after the pandemic. We continue to think about policies that would help curb COVID or get us out of this, or possibly think about how we can prevent pandemics such as this. And the Beaver study that the council commissioned on the issue of sick leave, it stated that employees, especially those that lacked access to sick leave, went to work 3.5 times while ill compared to those that didn't have access. The likelihood of spreading an infectious illness 1.8 times. When we first brought this to council 6 months ago, the COVID cases were only about 11,000 cases, and now we're nearly 9 times that amount, over 100,000. So again, I know that many of you know just how passionate I am about this issue as it relates to me as a cancer patient, but just really hounding home the importance of it and what it could have done to mitigate some of the impacts of COVID. 100,000, over 100,000 employees within the city lacked access to begin with, and now we're seeing over 100,000 COVID cases throughout New Mexico. When we think about those that have passed away, when I first brought this onto council, there was only 492 deaths from COVID, and now currently we have surpassed it, over 1,000. I believe it's last time I checked, which was a while back, was 1,673 based off of the Department of Health. So in thinking about what we can do to curb and mitigate the impacts, we know exactly what it means in staying home, because we're encouraging and telling our public, our community, that that's what it will take to get us out of this, so that we can heal and recover at home and not spread this. So I'm encouraging you all, most importantly, I don't want to go too further in depth, as I know that more conversations will be had throughout this issue. But as we think about what it would take, and that when sick leave, staying home when you're sick, it's a public health issue above all else. But also keeping in mind of some continuity there for businesses, and really being able to reopen, that when we all stay home, if you're sick, the rest of the general public would be able to continue to function. So with that, Mr. President, I would like to move an amendment that is in our iPads. And I won't actually read this into the record if that's okay, Mr. President.
That's fine. Mr. Moya is sharing it on the screen, so it'll be floor amendment number 1.
Yeah, I'm moving floor amendment number 1, amendment to add on page 10, lines 25 through 29, amending section B. And again, I won't read this in, but the explanation is pretty much after listening to some of our major employers, some of our union folks as well. This is just to clarify that employees covered by a CBA would not be affected by this ordinance.
Thank you, ma'am. And I'll second that for purposes of this. And let me just say, anytime I think we can get businesses and labor to be on the same page and agree that this is a good idea, at least in this amendment, it just makes sense and certainly takes some of the legal uncertainty out. So thank you for bringing this, Counselor. Counselors, any discussion on floor amendment number 1? Going once, going twice. Ms. Ortega, would you call the roll for amendment 1?
Councillor Bassan.
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
Councillor Gibson.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Councillor Pena.
Yes.
Councillor Sena.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
9-0 on the amendment.
Counselor Sena, you're back on the bill as amended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, now that we have that amendment through, again, I am emphasizing the public health perspective of this, being that I have a background in public health and health policy. When this was first introduced We had a lot of challenges as a city in this discussion, and we've moved on 5 years from that. And in this discussion, I've seen that the city can really lead in this. And now many cities, major cities within New Mexico and even our state is looking at us as a leader in offering leave to champion this policy. I've had multiple conversations with our state senators and state representatives as they think about this as a statewide policy. But again, they're looking at us as champions, as leaders in this. So I am just wanting to note of that conversation when I know that it was brought up during public comment that, oh, can you guys hear me?
Yep. Thank you. I lost you there for just a second, but can you hear us?
Yep, I'm having some technical difficulty. My screen just went completely blank. Can you guys see me and hear me?
We can see you and hear you. So if it's okay with you, we have a couple of folks that want to speak. How about we go to other speakers and we'll come back to you? Is that okay?
Sounds good. Thank you.
Councilor Borrego, I saw you unmuted yourself. Did you have a comment here or do you want? Okay. Councilors, any other discussion on the matter 039? Seeing no other discussion, let me just say, I think this is important. We have no matter which part of the report you read or believe, there are thousands of employees in the city of Albuquerque that are likely to lose access to health coverage during the pandemic in just a few weeks. I do think it's much easier and more important that businesses have the continuity that they can continue that leave through this program. I would love to see us, and Councilor Sin and I have had a chance to discuss this along with some folks in the administration. I would love to see us come back in January and set up a commission or a group to study how this is implemented, how it's enforced, and to be sure that we're doing it right. As Councilor Sin mentioned, we'll be the first in New Mexico, but not first in the country, and to make recommendations to the council about keeping it better and working better in the future. So assuming this passes tonight, I hope councilors will pick that up. And I know a number of councilors are interested in doing that, and I'd love to see how that works. So Councilor Gibson, I filibustered enough to let the Councilor Sena get back in. And so you have a question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I've given this a lot of thought. I think we all probably have in recent days. And I do have a number of issues on it. And I don't know that it's necessary that I go into each detail, but I suppose I can and really make this a filibuster. I'd rather not, though. I'd like to talk a little bit about process. This is, as we all know, the 4th or 5th attempt this body has touched in providing a sick leave program or policy for the workers of Albuquerque. And each one has been made, in my opinion, in a vacuum. It has not involved more than superficial discussions, like occasional phone calls with employers, and maybe more with employees. I get very little feedback on that, but I just don't think that this is a good way to make is an important policy as this is. I want, and I've said this before, and it's true, I would like very much to have a publicly accepted or city accepted, city government accepted form of a paid sick leave for workers, at least some minimum standards. And I hear from employers that some of them are already doing it or would like to do it, see the wisdom in doing it. And we haven't done that yet. And as y'all know, I did try putting up a very simple resolution to at least get that started. And unfortunately that failed. And I wish it hadn't, but it did. I think another thing that bothers me and is that this wasn't crafted the way most of our legislation is crafted. And it shows it too. It shows it because there are parts in here that were so laborious, I thought, with respect to the administration of it, to the enforcement, and it's just not what, the way we have described that our staff attorney, Mr. Melendres, is so very well is able to describe processes for enforcement, for appeals, things like that. It pains me. It really hurts that that I'm going to vote against something that basically I do very much believe in and have and would like to get there. I'm sorry, I cannot support this. We need to be more inclusive. And it's one thing to say that, but it's another thing to actually do it and do it as well and as fairly across all kinds of legislation. Gotten lots of emails. And no, I don't base my vote on how many emails I get, by the way. I don't know anybody who does. But what was it? There's a point coming, and I'm about to make it as soon as I can find it in my head again. Many of these emails have talked about the unintended consequences. And I don't talk about that very much. I haven't been very much, but I think it's necessary to recognize that there will be unintended consequences of this. But I think we can minimize them, mitigate, put in some mitigating practices, or language, or something to lessen those. For example, we don't want businesses to close. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that to happen. But at this point, I'm hearing that resources are depleted in many of the businesses around town. And in fact, people who are well known to this body and support the, not this bill, but support the concept of getting paid sick leave for our workers, was telling me that very thing this weekend. They have depleted their resources. They've had to let people go. If we pass this, so what are we going to do next? Charge them $500 fine for trying to do the best you can? Another potential, and there's many of them, but there's another one potential thing that could happen that we certainly don't want to have happen, but more and more employees being reclassified as contract workers, which is illegal, by the way. Most of the time you see it happen. It's illegal. An employee is very carefully described in the IRS statutes. But that really has a long-term impact on people. If you're working a job, but you're considered contract, you're responsible for paying your own self-employment insurance or self-employment taxes, And if you don't, and I've known several of them, I've done their taxes, they find out that they're 60 years old one day or 65 years old and don't have much in the way of Social Security to draw from because those taxes were not paid. So, and then just overall, more employees being laid off. Okay, last thing, and then I'll end. I think that there might be an opportunity to at least extend the PPP program that from federal government that has been paying for sick pay, paying employees for calling in sick when they're due to COVID, either COVID infection or being ill with COVID, or somebody at home needs care for COVID. I think there might be an opportunity, and I am pursuing that. I've talked with a couple of you about that. I don't have answers to that yet. But if we could do that by using some of the monies that we have for COVID from the CARES Act, or was it CARES Act, or I don't know if that was part of the PPP, if that was part of the CARES Act, but if we could use some of the CARES Act funds that are here that we do need to use by the end of December, only, create an account, have someone create an account for someone, a professional firm, to actually administrate that for us. That might be a good way just for a stopgap method until we can come up with something that's doable for COVID. So that's really all I have to say. I am sorry and not real happy that I have to vote this way, but I have to. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Gibson. Councilor Sena, I see you next, but I also see Councilor Borrego, and so I was thinking of letting Councilor Borrego add her comments and then letting you respond to both and close. Would that be okay, or would you like to go now?
Well, I was hoping to go now just to address from the get-go. Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to address a few things because 3 things were brought up, and potentially, hopefully, this will maybe address some of the concerns. I'm not sure if Councilor Borrego has them, but I would like to at least address the ones that were addressed to me first. In terms of the policy process, being a policy person myself and having experience passing policy both nationally, federally, and through the state in terms of policies that impact our healthcare, I've been very robust in this topic, and maybe that's why this draft of an ordinance is different from what we've seen previously, because this is, of course, my topic of expertise, if you will. Having been on a bipartisan national group in crafting universal healthcare policies, for example, is one. But when I was first broached by this concept after the last bill in June, when talking about enforcement, I said, for those that are going to do the enforcement, let's go to them to draft. So I would actually like to call on our city attorney, Samantha Holtz, to talk about the process and how we work together with my office, or with myself, with the city attorneys, and how we drafted this bill.
Thank you, President Davis, Council Member Sena. City Legal did work hand in hand with both the administration and with various members of council to draft this. We started with looking at what already existed, what was out there in various communities, including the county, including Colorado, and on the federal level, and presented a draft of putting some of those ideas and concepts together for the council and for the administration to take into consideration. And after some brainstorming, we also had a member of our legal group reach out to community members, community groups, to have conversations about the actual ordinance draft, to get input And so it was a collaborative effort with legal in the fact that, yes, we are the ones who would end up doing the enforcement mechanism. And we were also able to reach out and call various jurisdictions to talk about their bills, their ordinances, and to see how they were implementing those. What kind of influx of calls did they get at the beginning? What kind of resources did they need as a department? So we were heavily involved with both parts of the government branches to do this.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Senna, anything for?
Well, I also, if I can move on to the next two topics, and in talking about the misclassification component, that is an actual violation of this ordinance. And by doing so, part of this ordinance is that it brings actually a piece of way of justice for both the employer and the employee, meaning that they would have the opportunity to defend themselves at the city if a violation or an alleged violation was brought to the city that they were misclassified. And at least for this piece, I would actually call on the administration on that. I believe they have someone there to talk about the enforcement component.
Mr. Real, do you have someone in mind?
Mr. President, and to the councilor's question, of course, if there was any misclassification, it would be referred to the state or for enforcement.
Councilor Senna, and maybe Ms. Holtz can address that as well, but Councilor Senna.
Yeah, it's actually, it had another attorney in mind that is actually looking to do the part of the enforcement, just to speak on that piece. Samantha, I believe it's Damian Lara.
Yes, Damian has been working with you on this. President Davis, Councilmember Senna. As far as the enforcement mechanism goes, it would be part of the legal's branch, which deals with human rights, policy enforcement, consumer protection, and would reside within that group of the legal department to do the enforcement action.
And Councilor Senna, yeah, Mr. Lara is not in the waiting room, and he's not here at this moment. So,
all right, well, I'll just move on to the next point. I'm sure they're working to get on him. Well, so the next component that I wanted to address is really the cost of business. I know that the Bieber study noted as to how much it would cost. I want to note that the administrative cost itself, if we think about what it says on page 4 of the Bieber study, just administrative costs, we're only speaking on administrative costs, and this is one figure that I think a public speaker was bringing forward, is that it costs 12 cents administratively if you are a business of 10 or more. If we factor in, along with our salaries, a figure that the Albuquerque Journal noted, then it would be 49 cents per hour for that employee. One thing I want to note is a national study on sick leave that was published more recently noted that it cost 21 cents. And actually, if they are available, I'd also ask the mayor's administration to have the city economist who I talked about this study with and ask her what her opinion is on that study.
John?
Yeah. This is Christine Berner. Can you hear me?
Yes, we
can hear you, Christine. Go ahead.
Hi there. Did you have a specific question, or did you just want me to sort of go over my response to the study or reactions to the study?
Yes, just I guess my question is relating to what your response is on the study and what you believe to be the matter. That really a summary of the study, since many counselors don't have it at their hands.
President Davis, members of the council, yes, I did review this study. There aren't a lot of studies on this, policy. This is one of obviously a very recent study just completed not long ago. And in my few notes that I wrote up about it, I noted that it's apparently a follow-up to another study that was done by two of the same authors. And that study, entitled Labor Market Effects of U.S. Sick Pay Mandates, is being published in the spring 2020 issue of the Journal of Human Resources, and that is a peer-reviewed journal out of the University of Wisconsin Press. And so I noted that did give me some comfort that the analysis and methodology employed by the authors, was worthy of scrutiny and publication. The main finding that you're all discussing here, which is the impact to employers, was covered by that earlier study as well. It does also use some quality data. This is the Employment Cost Index component of the National Compensation Survey. This is a federal economic indicator that measures changes in labor costs. And so the data included detailed information on geographic location of establishments, which allowed them to match state-level paid sick leave mandates to the data. And as I mentioned, there aren't a lot of studies on this, usually because of the lack of data. And some of the studies that you'll see out there rely on employer interviews and sometimes conducted by partisan groups, right? But this particular study tried to address this social issue in a rigorous way with the methods they used. So I could just briefly, I noted I was inclined to to trust the study outcomes, and they do say, as Counselor said a moment ago, that on average the increase that they expected amounted to 2.7 cents per hour worked, which translated to 21 cents per hour for an employer. And they also noted that there's little evidence that the sick pay mandates crowd out non-mandated benefits such as paid vacation or holidays. And finally, they don't find any evidence that employers curtail the provision of other group policies such as health, dental, or disability. I don't want to, impose my thoughts too much. Just noting that the study's methodology did try to measure, what a profit-seeking employer actions would be when it comes to providing sick leave. And, yes, employers certainly could feel more burdened particularly at this time, with the additional cost of providing paid sick leave. But, under the circumstances, with COVID right now, the potential costs of adverse outcomes from sick individuals going to work, that would also increase during, a time of the pandemic. So those are just a quick review of the study. I found it to be rigorous, and I can answer any more questions if you have them.
Thank you, Ms. Pointer. Councilor Senna, anything further before we go on to Councilor Borrego and Councilor Jones?
Well, I just want to also ask the city economist too, in terms of the impacts to the economy, if businesses, say, if it's not even due to COVID, but if people continue to get sick and there is more than one or two cases and it requires a rapid response from the state, is it fair to say that that type of rapid response would be a big impact?
President Davis, Councilor Senna, yes, I didn't actually say it that way, but in my notes, that's exactly what I was referring to, is that, yes, that would be quite a dramatic, the business would suffer mightily if they were subject to those four rapid responses, yes.
Thank you for that response, and thank you for also evaluating that study as well. I just want to note that if that's the cost and 21 cents in relating to a national information, I would happily, as a consumer, spend 21 cents extra for my meal or goods or service if that meant that a family would not have to worry about eviction or food insecurity. So 21 cents is something I will happily pay or even double that amount if I needed to, if that again brought sick leave for families. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Senna. Councilor Borrego, you're next, if you're back with us.
I'm here.
Yes, ma'am. Thanks.
I had a question, and I'm not sure who would answer this, if it's the city attorney or our staff. So if the state legislature takes this bill up in January, they would probably complete their work by March, I believe. And I'm not sure if I think it's a 30-day session, but I'm not absolutely, is it 30 or 60? I don't remember. Is it 60?
Yes, it's a 60-day
session. So January, February, mid-February, mid-March. If we enacted this today, this is really a hypothetical question. We enacted this, and I had a conversation today with Debbie O'Malley, our commissioner, to see what they had enacted in terms of their the bill that they adopted, and my question is, and my question to her was, if they enacted that bill and the state legislature came back and enacted something else, would their bill go away? I mean, would it be replaced? And I guess that's the same question I have. She thought so, but she wasn't 100% sure. And I guess my question is, I guess it's Chris that's going to answer this, our attorney. If we enacted this today, and it went into effect January 1st, and then the legislature met, would our bill go away once the state legislature enacted their bill?
Councilor Borrego, as a sponsor, let me say, and then I'll take to Mr. Melendez. I think there's a good analogy here for minimum wage. As you might remember, the city of Albuquerque passed a higher minimum wage than the state's minimum for years, and the state had the option to supersede that. It eventually decided to do so, and so now the state's minimum wage is higher than ours. But in the city of Albuquerque, we had sort of established a floor, meaning that even if the state had, say, for sick leave, had created a bill that was less protective or less generous than the cities would supersede. Mr. Melendez, I want to defer to you here just a minute, just to be sure we get that process right. But I understand there's a good analogy there. At least that's the way I've been understanding this.
Mr. President, Council, that is a good framework to kind of understand how this might play out. And so first of all, if the legislature were to act in this session, we'd be looking at generally an effective date of approximately July 1st for the legislature. That's usually the time frame that things would go into effect. So to the extent that they did act in February, if this bill were to pass on the current time frame, then the city would have its own rules in place until July 1st, when the legislature's action came into effect. How that state act interacts with the city's law is very fact dependent, and it depends on the way that the legislature frames its bill. The legislature has the authority to preempt a city regulation in general. The legislature would usually state such a preemption. However, it's not always required. But as Councilor Davis mentioned in the back and forth on the minimum wage, the state, to use the term floor as referenced by Councilor Davis, the state minimum wage used to be lower than that of the city. And the city was actually taken to task on the enactment of its minimum wage ordinance with a suggestion that the city was preempted from acting in any way with regard to minimum wage because it was the domain of the state. However, we learned from that experience that when the state acts for statewide purposes, it usually does set the floor for things like that. So if the legislature were to act on a leave bill that had provisions that were more or less favorable relative to employees versus employers, its bill would most likely set the floor for the state standard, and the city would have the opportunity to provide greater rights in that regard, unless, of course, there is an express preemption within the language as enacted by the legislature. So the legislature has the authority to do something that would take the place of what the city did. However, it would not likely leave the city without any option to do something a little bit different, so long as it didn't contravene what the state was doing. To talk about it a little bit more, there have been instances in the past where the state has authored grandfathering for city legislation, and we're going to deal with that in the later bill tonight, the labor management ordinance. So that would be an option for the state as well. So it's a little bit unpredictable how that would be packaged, but that's sort of the whole universe of how that might play out.
Mr. Chair,
Councilor Bergen.
Mr. President, I have too many boards that I'm on, and I keep forgetting which one is chair and president. So I'm sorry. I apologize for that. So if the legislature enacted an emergency clause, they could enact an emergency clause that would take effect upon the governor's signatures. So that enactment of a bill on July 1st could actually be. It could actually be sooner than July 1st. Is that correct?
Mr. President, similar to the city council, we can act on a little bit different time frame if an emergency is declared. And so if the basis was there and the legislature so chose that route, then that would be a possibility.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. President, I thought it was really important that we bring up this issue of timing. Because I'm a little concerned, and I think people need sick leave. I have some family members who have COVID, and they were waitresses, and we all have somebody now that is in our families or our friends that are facing this very, very difficult situation. But I'm a little concerned that if we impose or we enact something now, that the legislature could turn around and then, we would be into it for like a month or two, say it goes into effect on January 1st. The legislature could turn it around and really we wouldn't have a lot of time that we would. So I'm a little concerned about timing in here, and that's why I'm asking these questions.
Thanks, Councilor Borrego. That makes a lot of sense. I think everybody's thinking about timing because I know folks that are going to lose their insurance or their health care in a couple of weeks are worried as well about what happens on January 1st and if the legislature will act. But I think your questions about process are on point, and I appreciate them. Councilor Jones, then Councilor Bassan, then back to Councilor Gibson, and then back to Councilor Senate to close. So Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate this. This is a very difficult topic for us to discuss because it has many different factors in it that can harm our city, can harm our people, and can harm our citizens. So let me first say and foremost that this is being marketed as paid sick leave, which is what all of the majority of the emails that we get is we need paid sick leave. But in fact, it is paid leave. Can be used for any purpose whatsoever. And therefore, I think that it's a bit misleading when we simply say paid sick leave. So just want to point that out. There are some things about this that have not necessarily been thought about by people who have never or perhaps don't remember what it's like to own a business and have to cover the overhead, which means when you cover additional overhead, you lose the money that you depend on to support your family and to do the things that go along with it. I'm talking mostly small businesses. When we talk this with large businesses, it affects them, but not as drastically. I think one of the things that I'm looking at now is one of the last things we want to do in any way is to harm the small businesses right now in the city of Albuquerque. And I think this has the potential to do that. I think we have to look at one of the things that can happen and again, potentially could happen and would happen is we could create an island of the city of Albuquerque, which means that if our restrictions and our requirements and our rules and regulations and costs that we put on the people, the small businesses especially, and the large ones who work within the city limits don't have to work within the city limits. Do we really want to drive those taxes, those jobs, that employment out of the city of Albuquerque? I think it's very important that we look at this. I think it's something that we might do, but I don't think we need to do it when it's not thought out. It hasn't had an opportunity to be vetted, except by the people who have sent a gazillion emails saying support paid sick leave. Remember, this isn't necessarily sick leave on behalf of the building, of the property business owner. So I think that we are being foolhardy and taking this immediately to vote when we haven't talked to all the people, we haven't vetted it, we haven't talked. So, Mr. President, I would like to move a 60-day deferral, because if the state is really going to do this, I think we should get on the bandwagon with them and make sure that we are doing the same thing as the largest city in the state. We should comply with what the state is doing in order to make this workable and usable if we do it. So, Mr. President, I would like to move a 60-day deferral.
So Councilor Jones has a 60-day deferral on the board. I asked Mr. Moya to clear all the hands for conversation so we can find a second here first. So is there a second for the 60-day? Councilor Gibson, and that would take this legislation to February 1st. So in the queue for general discussion, I had, I'm sorry. Thank you. Julian is better than me. Councilor Bassan, Councilor Gibson, and then Councilor Harris. But for the moment, we're going to start with any discussion on the motion for deferral. And I'll ask councilors to limit your comments just to the motion of deferral, because we do have a long way to go with this bill and some others. So Councilor Senna is first up on deferral.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am against deferring this. We have been leaders in many policies before the state. The most recent example is the Energy Code. We were champions of minimum wage before the state. In fact, we are much more ahead than the state is, in that they're just poking at this as a conversation, or we've been in this conversation for 5 years. That's why I'm truly against this, and that legislators such as representatives and senators who was on a press conference with me, and even some of the leadership has actually endorsed this and saying that, yes, Albuquerque is a champion and is the leader on this. And we haven't even gotten to the point where we know where to start. They're just starting those conversations on sick leave. We're much more ahead, and that we can pass this now. I want to note that the federal bill, as Councilor Davis has mentioned, is going to expire in December. And based on Los Alamos National Labs, they are projecting come the first week of January that worst case scenario of COVID cases is going to be 4,000 or more. Best case, we stay on the same trajectory and we have over 1,000. Worst case scenario in terms of death, we're going to see 61 deaths a day. And as I had said when we were in this conversation, that since we first talked about paid leave as a topic in June, the amount of cases has increased nearly 9 times. So we cannot wait any longer. We've been in this conversation for too long. I would prefer that we either just address this issue now, be champions of it, and tell our legislators this is how we craft policies and this is what fits for us as a city. You know, it's not going to be potentially a one-size-fits-all. The state doesn't know that. They're still in those conversations, and we need to be the leaders of it. So I'm against this deferral.
Thank you, Councilor. Seeing no other discussion on the motion for deferral, I'll ask our clerk to please call the roll on the motion to defer for 60 days until February 1st.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
No.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Councilor Harris, you're muted, but I think you voted yes.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure.
Yes, thank you. Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Councilor, I think that was a no. Can you confirm?
No.
Thank you. Councilor Senna.
No.
Councilor Davis.
No.
Motion to defer passes 5-4.
Okay, councilors, that motion, that bill is deferred until February 1st. Moving on, Councilor Benton, 041, and then I understand we may be just deferring this until January.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, 041 is amending sections of the Selection Advisory Committee ordinance to incorporate design build services into the Selection Advisory Committee process. I'm sponsoring this by request, just so everyone knows. And we'll hear from, I did hear from the administration that they would like a little more time to discuss this. Although they put it forth. There's a motion for a due pass if there's a second, and then I'll move a deferral.
For the purposes of this, I'll make a second and then go back to you for a motion on deferral.
And Mr. President, I'll move a 1 month deferral, roughly 1 month, wherever that gets us.
January 4th, Councilor Benton. So that's a plus or minus 30-day deferral until January 4th. And I'll second that as well. Councilor Borrego seconds as well. Thank you. Councilors, any discussion on the motion to defer 041? Seeing none. Mr. Allen, I saw you jump in. Did you want to comment there before we do?
Mr. President, no, that's fine. We're good.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Councilor Borrego, just a second, or did you want to comment on the motion before we vote? Okay. Mr. Ortega, would you go ahead on the motion of deferral?
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sena.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
9-0 on the deferral.
Thank you, councilors. Next up is Councilor Bassan, R108.
Thank you, Mr. President. Get back to that one. I would like to move R108, revising and the reporting requirements regarding the efforts of the Homeless Coordinating Council. The purpose of this is to make sure that if there is no ABCGC meeting where the Homeless Coordinating Council is going to typically give their report and updates so that we can be more apprised of what the happenings are, that it would be reported to the full council so that we can all be on the same page.
Thank you. And do we have a second for R108? Councilor Benton is a second. Councilors, any discussion? Or let's see, let's go back to Councilor Bassan if you want to explain the resolution.
It's just that, Mr. President, I think that being with COVID and the current events of what's been happening, we have had some meetings canceled. And so I think that it started to appear that I know I wasn't quite aware of what was happening, and I wanted to be held apprised of it and realized that it was, I think, more of an oversight than anything. So this is going to kind of fill that gap so that we can have it. I did talk to Director Pierce, who understands and is, I don't mean to put words in her mouth. So if she's here, she can agree or disagree with it. But I was under the impression that it is in support and hopefully not a big deal.
Mr. President. Mr. President and Councilor Bassan, we support the legislation. I would just remind the council that all the HCC board meetings are required to be to follow the Open Meetings Act. So if anybody wants to follow the proceedings of the HCC, they are publicized and they're available in Zoom. So we'll make sure that in case you're interested in getting in the conversation. But anyway, this is fine. We'll certainly provide the reports as required.
Thank you, sir. I see Director Pierce is here to answer questions as well. Councilor, and just saying hi. Okay. Councilor Benton, I see you have a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, not a question, Mr. President. Just I agree that there should be regular reporting to the ABCGC, and I think Director Pierce has been very good about keeping that body up to speed. But as we know, I no longer am on that board, but sometimes it meets, sometimes it doesn't. And so it does make sense that then in the off months we give a report to council. So I support that.
Thank you, sir. Councilors, any other discussion? Hearing none. Councilor Bassan to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Rael, you make a good point. I have started to check in a little bit on these meetings so that way I can be a little more proactive myself, but I appreciate and urge your support.
Thank you. Ms. Ortega, would you please call the roll?
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sena.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
Thank you. Next up, Councilor Pena, R114.
Thank you, Mr. President. R114 is establishing the legislative and budget priorities for the city of Albuquerque for the 55th New Mexico State Legislature, and I move a do pass. And I may have to step up because my grandkids got here and my door's not closed and I can hear them yelling, so I apologize for that.
Perfectly good reason.
So just kind of just want to start off by saying that, you know, this next legislative session is coming up. As you all know, every year, you know, we have our committee, the IGR, and we're always looking at ways to make sure we can revamp and you know, and make sure that our legislation is reader friendly to our legislators. So this year, we know because of the pandemic and other issues that we're having in our community that we had to be kind of really laser focused on some of our priorities. So counselors, you all gave 2 of your state legislative priorities. They're here in the bill. I think we have Tom Menacucci here on the call too, so he could talk a little bit more about it. But I think that it does the job in terms of addressing both our priorities from the administration, from the council, and then of course, as you all know, we've revamped it to also talk about our priorities in terms of their regional significance and how they impact not just the city of Albuquerque, but communities outside of Albuquerque in terms of the services we provide. We're a hub, and when we're talking about anywhere from the gateway or to transportation, what the legislators do here in the city of Albuquerque has a larger impact on the state of New Mexico. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. President, for questions. Or
Thank you, ma'am. And Councilor Pena, do you want to move your amendment this evening?
can you move it for me? Because I'm looking for shuffling and I can't find it.
I'd be happy to. And actually, I think Mr. Moya is just going to share it. There's not much to it. We'll make this floor amendment number 1, sponsored by Councilor Pena. And for the record, I'll second it just to make it easy. On page 2, line 13, delete 1 and 2 and insert in lieu thereof the following: citywide and regional projects, district projects, policies, and legislative requests. Those are all available in the packet, as the Councilor Pena, as the chair mentioned, including district level projects. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Ortega, would you call the vote on amendment number 1?
Yes, sir. Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sena.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
9-0 on amendment 1.
Mr. Pena, back on the bill as amended.
Thank you, Mr. President. I urge your support.
Councilor, seeing no other discussion, I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll. R114 is amended.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes, sorry.
Councilor Sena.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Thank you. 9-0.
Thank you. Congratulations, Councilor Pena. That passes. Next up, Councilors Bassan, Gibson, and Borrego, R115. I'll let the sponsors decide who goes first. And I'm sorry, Councilor Harris, did you have a question or something here? Okay.
Well, I'll.
No, on this bill.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, just
Sorry,
on this
Councilor
bill, but go ahead. I just didn't want to get passed over. Go ahead. You
Okay.
can go. Let the sponsors go.
Oh, sure. Thanks. Councilors Bassan, Gibson, and Borrego, whoever wants to go first. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilor Harris, too. I would like to move R115 requesting that the Congress of the United States of America continue the public health emergency leave provisions of the Emergency Family and Medical Leave Expansion Act through December 31st, 2021. I move it to pass.
And I see your co-sponsors have offered a second, but I'm going to take Councilor Harris because we haven't used his yet. And so we'll take Councilor Harris as a second, I think. Councilor Bassan, back on the bill. I believe you have an amendment.
Yes, Mr. President. I would like to move Amendment 1 on page 2, line 3, delete the word council and insert in lieu thereof of Albuquerque. And on page 2, after line 6, insert the following: Section 2, that this resolution be presented and delivered to members of the congressional delegation. It was a seeming oversight when we were drafting this, and we just wanted to make sure that we included that with the mayor's hopeful signature and enactment of this, that it includes the whole city of Albuquerque, not just the city council, and that it actually does get distributed to the congressional delegation if this passes.
Thank you, ma'am. And I see Councilor Borrego's offering a second there. Councilors, discussions on floor amendment number 1. Seeing none. Ms. Ortega, would you call the roll on amendment 1?
Sorry, Mr. President, I just wanted to allow the opportunity, if I may, so Councilor Borrego and Councilor Pena, if they wanted to add anything.
Of course. And I have Borrego and Gibson.
I'm sorry. Yes, Councilors Gibson and Borrego.
Yes, if they'd like to, or on the amendment, or if we want to wait and do that on the bill itself. So, co-sponsors Borrego or Gibson? Councilor Gibson waves off. Councilor Borrego waves off. Let's vote on the amendment. We'll come back to the bill. Ms. Ortega, would you call the roll on floor amendment number 1?
Yes. Councilor Bassan, excuse me.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sena.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
9-0 on amendment 1.
All right, Councilor Bassan, back to you, and then you can hand off to Gibson, Borrego, or your other co-sponsors there. And we also, for the record, have Councilor Harris and Councilor Sena who have questions. So I don't want to ignore Councilor Harris, who's been waiting patiently.
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Mr. President. I've said everything I need to say. I just want to make sure my co-sponsors get in their 2 cents as well.
Thanks. I'm going to go first to Councilor Harris, who's been waiting patiently, and then we'll go to Councilor Sena, and then we'll go to the last 2 co-sponsors as close or additional comments. Councilor Harris.
Yes, and this actually relates to the other bill that we deferred, but they're both on the same topic, of course, about the paid sick leave. I just want to remind people about the election in 2017 that that bill was defeated by 700 votes out of 90,000 cast. And there were some really troubling provisions in there. There's some poison pills, which is why that bill failed. And I understand that the advocates are gearing up to put something on the ballot if the city council doesn't act. So, I mean, when I hear Ernie C. DeBaca talk about how the bill failed at the ballot box, well, we got lucky. And we could have ended up with something that would have really damaged business. So I just think that we've been speaking with the business community, and so far they've just said no. And I really encourage them to get real, because we're gonna have a sick leave ordinance within the next 12 months, one way or another. And if you give up your ability to cooperate and to negotiate, what the language of the bill, then you're going to turn it over to the advocates who are going to get something on the ballot. And I believe Mr. Borrego, I believe he understands the polling, and I think it would pass as long as they didn't overreach, which sometimes the advocates do when they draft legislation, put it on the ballot. But I think they wouldn't make that mistake this time around, and we could end up with something which is much more harmful to business than the bill that Councilor Sena put forward and President Davis put forward. And hopefully we can moderate that and get something that's a compromise. Assuming Congress doesn't pass it, but Congress doesn't get much done.
Nicely said, sir. I appreciate that. Councilor Senna on R115.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. I guess Councilor Harris and I agree on something. I agree. I mean, I much appreciate this. We can request Congress to do as much as we can request and beg and plead, and they will be on their own timeline. They will be on their own agenda. And my experience in passing federal legislation has taken 10 years or more. So when it relates to this topic, especially when it relates to leave, let's not forget that Congress, when Ted Kennedy was still a senator, introduced the Healthy Family Workforce, which is really what our previous bill was named after. So, again, we can encourage them to extend this. I do truly hope that they do, but what if they don't? What will we as a council do to address that? And I agree with Councilor Harris, and that, that's when we're going to step up and we should act. That's why I put forward the previous leave bill. So I'm going to vote for this, of course, because as much as we will encourage Congress to act, they function on their own timeline.
Thank you. Let me add my 2 cents just to say this, and I'll go to the other 2 sponsors to let them add comment and close, I guess. And I agree with Councilor Senna. Like, as much as I'd like to think that Congress will do the right thing when circumstances require, I think experience tells us otherwise. And I've yet to think, I don't know, I've only been here maybe 5 years, but I can't think of a single resolution we've passed urging Congress to do something where they listen to the city council in Albuquerque. So I would love to think that this would help, and I do know with our delegation it will, but it's not our delegation I'm worried about. And so I do think it's important. Thinking back on where our agenda has been tonight and the conversations and discussions we've had, quite frankly, I would love to see us reconsider our last vote, take a final decisive vote on the sick leave bill that's on the table, and give people some certainty that we're either going to pass this and they're going to have leave or they're not. And if other folks want to bring a different local bill in the meantime, it would allow them to get that process started. But in the meantime, if we don't have a motion to reconsider this evening from one of those folks who voted to defer, I think this is an interim good step that we at least should ask Congress to continue the federal program if the city of Albuquerque is not going to do that. So that's my 2 cents. I'll vote yes. Councilor Gibson, then Councilor Borrego, and then if there is no other discussion, we'll close and go to the vote. Councilor Gibson.
I really have nothing. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Councilor Borrego.
I agree with Councilor Harris, and I think that this is really an opportunity for both chambers and all the chambers in town to step up to the plate and, work with us, because, people are getting sick and people are getting COVID. And as Councilor Senna mentioned earlier, the numbers that she talked about, we can't keep saying, no to our workers. And so I think it's important that the chambers maybe sit at the table with them amongst themselves and figure out what is something that they can bring to the table, because I haven't seen anything being brought to the table yet. And I think it's important that with the timing, some things need to happen. And so anyway, with regard to this particular bill of the public health emergency, urging Congress to extend the deadline, I think that it's probably a really good bill, because I don't know that we're going to spend all of our COVID money. And I don't know if we're going to get another, I don't know if something's coming back from Congress or not. And that's very frustrating for all of us.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Bassan, we're back to you as the original sponsor. If you have any additional to close, otherwise we'll go to the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with almost everything, or the majority of everything said just now. This is one of those resolutions that I also agree that the likelihood that we are going to impact any decision of Congress is slim, but we owe it to the public to at least do all of the small things in addition to considering all of the larger things. So that was the intent of this. And I think that I urge your support because I think it would be really something to say we're doing for people.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Ortega.
Councillor Bassan.
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
Councillor Gibson.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Councillor Pena.
Yes.
Councillor Senna.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
9-0.
Thank you. Councilor Benton, you're up. R116.
Thank you, Mr. President. R116 is amending R17233 to extend the effective date of the interim procedures while the Neighborhood Association Recognition Ordinance is updated. I move a do pass.
Thank you, Councilor. Do we have a second? Councilor Bassan, thank you so much. Councilors, any other discussion on R116?
Just quickly, Mr. President, as described in the whereases of this resolution, we're pretty close. We've done, the council staff and the Office of Neighborhood Coordination has done an outstanding job of outreach to our neighborhood associations and received a lot of input. And, Ms. Baca's here; she could answer any questions about this, but I think we are on the cusp of introducing, based on all that input, introducing an updated ordinance for the consideration of the council and of course, again, for a full public vetting through our council committee system and hearings. So I'm excited about that, but we do need a little bit more time to make sure we do it right.
Thank you, sir. And Ms. Baca, welcome. It's good to see you.
Hi, Councilor. How are you? Nice to see you.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Councilor Borrego, you have a question.
I just wondered what kind of timing we're looking at. It seems like this keeps getting on our agenda. It keeps getting deferred. So I think there needs to be some expectation for the neighborhoods in terms of, when this ordinance is going to be coming to us for adoption. So I just wondering what that schedule is looking like.
We'll be sending out the draft legislation no later than the second week in January. And that will go to all of the neighborhood associations citywide. And we're going to give them a good month, if not longer, as a window for them to read the legislation and send their feedback.
So you're anticipating this would come to us in the spring sometime?
I don't know when the council would take action on it, but I know that the draft legislation will go out to the neighborhoods no later than the second week of January.
Councilor Benton looks like he wants to respond, and then we'll go to Councilor Senna.
Yeah, just quickly, Councilor Borrego, we kind of backed out of this. I didn't really want to put it out that long, but we left a lot of cushion room. But I think basically we're looking at, going through the full committee hearings process and backing off from that roughly February after the neighborhoods have had a chance. I made a personal commitment to many of the neighborhood coalitions that we would not introduce this without them getting it first and be able to look it over.
I appreciate it sending it back, but and I think it's giving them ample time to respond is important. But I'm just, I remember I was interviewed regarding this when it started, and it's been a couple of years now. So I just would like to see that, at some point in time, this comes back to us so that we can take some action on it, because it's really important to the neighborhoods.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Senna. And then if we have no other comment, we'll go back to Councilor Benton to close. Councilor Senna.
Thank you, Mr. President. My question was, I also want to thank Ms. Baca for helping some of the neighborhood associations that had to kind of get their paperwork together to go back into conformity to be a recognized neighborhood association. But just for also the public's sake, because I know it says for anyone that's a new or non-recognized association, be allowed to form under certain circumstances. What's that process been like as we've kind of kicked this can down the road?
There was one new neighborhood association that was formed in Council District 5, Councilor Borrego's district. They were in an area where they were not in any proximity to any other neighborhood association. They only had coalition coverage, so they were allowed to form. And we've had some other neighborhood associations who had previously been recognized, who would let their neighborhood association become inactive, and they wanted to get their neighborhood association reactivated. So we helped them get their paperwork going again. So the criteria is basically that any group that wants to form a new neighborhood association during these interim guidelines can be allowed to do so if they're not in an area where there's where there is no other neighborhood association to kind of help communicate with for them. So.
Councilor Steno, follow up?
Thank you, Ms. Baca. So I had some concerns if a neighborhood association or I guess a collective of neighbors did want to choose to be recognized and during this process didn't really qualify. Does that mean that they would have to go to their nearest neighborhood association that is recognized to communicate that?
That's an option that they have because we know that the neighborhood associations get the notifications about development and permit applications. There are also other mechanisms that are open to them to get those notifications. There are some planning department websites. Those are actually linked from the ONC's resources page. And those are other ways that these groups can get that information as well. But yes, we do encourage them to work with the neighborhood associations in their proximity because it's just always a good idea to have that cross communication no matter what the circumstances are. And what I've also been encouraging them to do is if they do want to form a new neighborhood association and they don't fall under the guidelines that it's allowed currently, to just get their paperwork ready so that once the ordinance is passed, we can push that through and get them recognized as quickly as possible.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Thank you, Councilor. Seeing no other discussion, back to Councilor Benton if you have anything further before close or to close.
Urge your support, councilors.
Thanks. Seeing no other discussion, Ms. Ortega.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sena.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
Councilor Benton, you have the next two items, R117 and 118, but we'll start with 117.
Hey, Mr. President, R117 and R118 are colloquially known as the cleanup bills. I'm sponsoring these by request of the administration since I'm serving as your COW chair this year. The first one is R117, adjusting FY 2020 appropriations for certain funds and programs to provide for actual expenditures and adjusting fiscal year 2021 operating and 1 year objectives. I move a do pass.
Thank you. And I'll take a second from myself, since not seeing any others, but I know everyone supports it. Councilor Benton, I believe you have some amendments, and so we'll take those through. I think Mr. Moya has them he can share.
Thank you, Mr. President. And yeah, if we can get those up to share, because yeah, thank you. So this first one would be floor amendment number 1, and this has to do specifically. This one actually.
Councilor Benton, I apologize. We want the screen to match where you are, so we're going to update our packet here on our end. Could I?
Okay, thank you.
A second. And to be clear, Councilor Benton, my apologies. I want to be sure we're giving you the right one. Floor
That's
amendment number
1.
1.
Yeah, that's fine. This is the correct order.
Okay,
so
great.
This will be floor amendment number 1 on page 3. Well, it's fairly lengthy. This is a lot of technical correction, but we can scroll through it. You can see these are some relatively minor figures, but just get to the explanation. Add some cleanup amendments related to operating capital expenditures, clarifying language for the 1 year objectives. and it replaces the list of social service contracts, which was approved via R2098. I'll move that floor amendment.
Thank you, sir. And I see in a second from Councilor Bassan. Thank you. And several others joined in. So floor amendment number 1, any other discussion? Seeing none. Councilor Benton, that was your close. Ms. Ortega.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego. Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sena.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
9-0 on Amendment 1.
Thank you. Councilor Benton, that was the only amendment you had. Is that right?
Yeah, I actually had another one that I'm not moving. I had a discussion with the administration about the other one I think that we had up on the screen. Unless there's another one, that would be it.
I'm told that that's probably the only one that you were sponsoring. I do have a few others from other councilors,
Okay,
so if you're okay, we'll move to those. And I'm just taking these in the order that Mr. Moya puts them up, and I don't know what that's going to be. So next will be Councilor Sena. I believe you have an amendment. We'll call it floor amendment number 2 to R2117. Begins on page 3. Amendment number 2.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to move a motion for this amendment. I'm not going to read through it. It's just a technical cleanup again, as Councilor Benton had mentioned. So I urge your support.
Thank you. And just to clarify for folks following along at home, the clerk's version has the technical correction to start from page 3 instead of page 2, but that will be cleaned up. Councilors, any other discussion? And seeing none, Ms. Ortega, floor amendment number 2.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sena.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
9-0 on floor amendment 2.
Thank you. Mr. Moyer, would you put up floor amendment number 3? This will be the amendment by Councilors Gibson and Bassan. Ladies, we'll let either one of you take this one. Councilor Gibson, I see your speak. There we go.
Okay, I'll go ahead and read this. This is floor amendment 1. I lost count. Number 1, right? On page 5, after line 6, insert the following section. Section 4, the designation for lump sum payments in R-20-98, page 4, line 6, is hereby amended as follows. Of this amount, $87,000 is hereby designated for the purpose of providing a one-time lump sum net payment of $100 to regular full-time and part-time city employees who earn less than $15 per hour. To mitigate the economic effect of the COVID-19 pandemic, subject to collective bargaining. Eligibility for this payment will be determined by the employee status, that is, must be a current, regular, full-time, or part-time city employee at the time the payment is issued. Our explanation here is the amendment clarifies, first, the one-time lump sum payment will be a net amount of $100. Second, that the payment is for regular, full-time, and part-time city employees who earn less than the $15 per hour. And third, that eligible employees must be current, regular, full-time, or part-time city employees at the time the payment is issued. I'm moving the amendment.
Thank you. And Councilor Bassan is offering a second. Councilors, is there any discussion about the amendment? Going once, going twice. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sena.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
9-0 on Amendment 3.
Thank you. Mr. Moyer, would you put up floor amendment number 4? Excuse me, Councilors. Floor amendment number 4 is related to the council's funding. Ms. Yaris prepared this, and essentially it allows us to transfer $100,000 from council services funds to the council projects program and the capital acquisition fund. This will complete the security and upgrades and improvements to the front desk and the lobby area for the city council. And I'll move it to pass. I saw several seconds. Thanks. Councilor Bassan, thank you. And councilors, any discussion on this item? I see none. Ms. Ortega?
Councillor Bassan.
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
Councillor Borrego. Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Councillor Pena.
Yes.
Councillor Senna.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
9-0 on Amendment 4.
Thank you. Councilor Benton, we're back on your bill as amended 4 times. I will go first to see if there's any other discussion from councilors or the administration. I don't see any, and so we'll go back to you, Councilor Benton, to close if there's anything further.
Urge your support.
You make it easy, sir. Thank you. Ms. Ortega.
Councillor Bassan.
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
Councillor Gibson.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Councillor Pena.
Yes.
Councillor Senna.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
Passes 9-0 as amended.
Thank you. Councilor Benton, 118.
Mr. President, R118 is amending the adopted capital implementation program of the city by approving new projects, supplementing current appropriations, and changing the scope of existing projects. I'll move it to pass.
Thank you. I see a second from Councilor Senna. Councilor Benton, we have a couple of amendments. Give me just a second. We're going to work with Mr. Moya to get those up. Councilor Bassan, I think your amendment's going to be first. We'll call this floor amendment number 1.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to move floor amendment number 1 for R2118. 1, on page 5, on lines 16 through 17, strike the language for all senior program facilities to improve, maintain, and enhance and extend the life of the facilities and grounds, and replace with North Domingo Baca Multi-Generational Center parking lot. And 2, on page 5, on lines 21 through 22, strike the language for all senior program facilities to improve, maintain, and enhance and extend the life of the facilities and grounds, and replace with North Domingo Baca Multi-Generational Center parking lot. I move it to pass, and I can explain too. So this was bond money approved by the voters, and so rather than see it go to probably much needed other work throughout other potential senior centers, there is still work to be finished and completed at North Domingo Baca, and being that the voters had approved it for that specific facility, I'm hoping that we can continue to keep it there to finish out the east parking lot.
Excellent. Thank you, ma'am. And we did take Councilor Jones as the second for that for the record. Councilors, any discussion on amendment number 1? Seeing none, we'll ask our clerk to please call the roll call. I'm sorry, Councilor Benton, did you have a comment there? I missed that your hand was up.
Yeah, it was just a question. It's like, I guess for the sponsor of the amendment. So does this, I mean, this is one part of the maintenance funds for the program, right? This is not allocating them all to your project, right?
Oh, no. Thank you, Mr. President, Councilor Benton. Ms. Yara can confirm, and kind of she'll be way more specific and detailed. So, thank you.
I have the same question, Councilor Benton. Ms. Yara is going to join us to clarify. But it's in Councilor Bassan's district set aside. Councilor Ms. Yara.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Councilor Benton. This is only in reference to some North Domingo Baca gymnasium money that was allocated and unused from the 2016 GRT bond and the 2017 GO bond. So there's a little over 70,000 left in that fund. And I believe Councilor just wants to maintain it for the North Domingo Baca area.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? And seeing none, we'll go back to Ms. Ortega to close on amendment number 1.
To take a vote.
Oh, that too.
Councilor Bassan.
Okay, thank you. I urge your support, and yes.
Thank you. Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
9-0 on Amendment 1.
Thank you. And thank you for that. Counselor Sena, floor amendment number 2. I think that's next anyway, Mr. Moya.
Thank you for that. Floor amendment number 1, you said, or 2?
This will be floor amendment number 2, Counselor. It's your 3% and ABQ the plan in Los Volcanes.
That's right. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm moving floor amendment number 2. This amendment on page 2, line 8, insert the following: 3% for energy conservation from the 19 GOs of the amount of $100,000 is designated to plan, design, install, and construct HVAC and roof improvements at the Taylor Ranch Library. On page 2, after line 6, insert the following: ABQ the plan, transfer the fund 110 $100,000. On page 5, after line 12, insert the following: Los Volcanes Senior Center flooring, transferred the fund from 110 of $100,000. The scope of this project is to plan, design, acquire, install, and otherwise make improvements to the flooring at the Los Volcanes Senior Center. This amendment designates the $100,000 of the 2019 GO bond 3% for energy conservation funds for HVAC and roof improvements at Taylor Ranch to supplement the $827,000 received for the project from the State Capital Outlay Program. It also reappropriates $100,000 from the unused ABQ the plan funds to be used for acquiring and installing floor improvements at the Los Volcanes Senior Center, the only senior center on the west side.
Thank you, ma'am. And that is floor amendment number 2. Counselors, any discussion on that item? I see a second from Counselor Borrego. Just for the record. Seeing none, Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris. Counselor Harris. Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Thank you. 9-0.
Last up, I believe we have Counselor Borrego. You have an amendment. This will be floor amendment number 3. Counselor Borrego, I think you're muted on your end. Could you try it one more time for us?
Yeah, on page 2, after line 27, insert the following: shared active transportation station. The scope is hereby expanded to include transportation corridor study on golf course Taylor Ranch, golf course between Taylor Ranch Road and Montano Road and the northern city limits. This amendment amends the scope of the 2017 GO bond active transportation station project to allow for the corridor study on the golf course road between Taylor Ranch and Montano Road. A contractor for the study has been selected by Mr. Cog, I guess, in coordination with council staff and DMD, and the contractor will be managed by Mr. Cog through an MOU with the city. There's quite a bit of speeding, and there are a number of access points that were approved quite a long time ago. And so there's a lot of problems on Golf Course Road with speeding. So this is basically a speeding study, a speed study.
Thank you, ma'am. Counselors, any discussion on floor amendment number 3? I do see a second from Counselor Bassan. Thank you, ma'am. Any discussion? Going once, going twice. Ms. Ortega, would you call that vote?
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena. Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Sena. Counselor Davis.
Yes.
9-0 on Amendment 3.
Counselor Benton, R118 as 3 times amendment, we're back on your bill, sir.
Is there any other questions or comments or your support?
I don't see any in the queue, and that means we can go to a vote. Ms. Ortega?
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego, Counselor Borrego, Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego. 8-0 with Counselor Borrego excused.
Thank you, ma'am. Counselor Sena, 042, the LMRO.
I said yes.
That was Counselor Borrego, for the record, was a yes, Madam Clerk. And Counselor Sena, we're on your bill 042.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move 042, amending the Labor Management Relations Ordinance to ensure compliance with changes to state law regarding public employee bargaining, clarifying negotiation and prohibited practices, procedures, and more accurately reflecting the current practices and updated department names of the city, and move it to pass.
Second.
Thank you, ma'am. I see Counselor Gibson is offering a second for that. And yes, ma'am, you do have an amendment. We're going to put it on the screen here. Actually, no, we're not going to. I'm sorry, Mr. Moya. This amendment we're not going to move today. Counselor Sena, did you have an amendment, or is this just the bill as presented?
No, I don't have any amendments.
Okay. My apologies. That's what we're sorting through over here. So that's on us. No, we're not going to do that. Counselors, any other discussion on item 042? Counselor Sena to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. After talking to many of the unions, I know that this process has been long and hard fought for them. And so this comes to us to put us into compliance with what was passed at the state level. So I urge your support.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Ortega, would you please call the vote?
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
Counselor Gibson, 043.
Thank you, Mr. President. 043, I'm going to make motion to move 043, which is adopting a zoning map amendment for a 19.67 acre site at 3000 Aztec Road Northeast, changing existing NRC zone to RMC in order to codify a conforming use status on the site. And I am moving it to pass.
Thank you. And Counselor Jones has offered a second. Counselor Gibson, we're back to you. I see we've had some guests, including Ms. Morris and Ms. Pacheco there. Others, that's all I see. Counselor Gibson, I'll yield the floor.
If council would like a further explanation of this bill, Ms. Morris is able to do that quite well. This is a time-sensitive item, though, so that's why we asked for immediate action.
Thank you, ma'am. I know we've had an opportunity to review the staff report on this, and I know Ms. Morris has sat through our whole meeting so we don't want to lose the opportunity to hear from her. But counselors, are there any questions? Seeing none, Ms. Morris, you did such a good job in writing that you're excused from the public part. Ms. Ortega, would you please record the vote?
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
Thank you. And just a second, let me confer with our clerk to be sure we got everything off our agenda tonight before we let everybody go. I'm pretty sure we did, but I just want to be. Counselors, we appreciate you very, very much. And to everybody who's followed along, thank you. This is our last regularly scheduled meeting for what has been a very long year. And so absent any need for emergency meetings, we look forward to seeing you all on January 4th in a new year with a new start. Thank you all. Seeing no other business, this meeting is adjourned. Have a good holiday.